Hey, what is going on? This is your girl Diamond. So, I thought that this was an interesting topic and I wanted to discuss it, listen, and really see y'all opinions about it. Not because this is not my business, and I love that for me. I can just be a spectator of what's going on with this conversation. Now, while this is not my demographic of people, this is this is not I don't have no skin in the game. This is not my business. This is not my community. This is not my sector of the, LGBTQ. This is not my sector, but I am invested in hearing about the conversation because I want to see how this demographic handles the nuance of ever changing language and definitions and the balance of that and history and erasure and racial identity and sexual identity and gender identity and all that kind of stuff. I think that this is an interesting conversation because they are navigating that and I want to see how they are navigating the nuance of language. Like I said, this is not my tea. This is not my demographic. So we are my perspective. I'm sure I have lesbians in my audience, but as a non-lesbian, as a person who does not deal with anybody with a vagina, I want to see how people are handling the conversation. So I thought it would be interesting for us to listen to. All right. So there's a conversation. If you are not connected to community as I am, there's a conversation that is happening within the lesbian community. Got it? I'll address that in a second, Ty. There's a conversation that's happening in the lesbian community where let's listen to a video. This is Amber's Closet. Amber's Closet. All right, let's see.
Period. A stud is a black. You cannot be bisexual and a stud. Period. A stud is a black, masculine, lesbian. Period. Create your own terms that feel good for you, and that's all I said on the internet. It's just like I don't understand why people get so defensive with that. I talked about this, and they are just coming for my throat. And I just don't understand. Because they're seeing it as we're politicizing this or we're trying to tell them how to do things. And it's like, it's just respect. And it's respect.
I can't understand. This dialogue is harmful to the community. What is your response to that?
You're harming us by taking from us. Literally. We're a very small community that literally, lesbians in general, we are the most accepting of everyone. Yeah. Non-binary, trans, everybody can be a part of the lesbian community. We have embraced everything. And then you have the minority group of the lesbians. And not only that, the minority of the minority. So black lesbians, and then you go to masculine lesbians, have one name left. Yeah. Right? Nobody uses fish. We have stud. That's it. And all we're saying is, hey, can you leave this for us? Right. And y'all are like, fuck you? Like, sorry, I'm cussing. That's wild to me. Yeah. And there's so much room and space to create something else to not take from somebody else. I'm literally not saying you can never, party with us. I'm saying, hey, when you come to the party, just bring your own costume. You cannot be bisexual and a stud, period. Yeah. A stud is a black, masculine, lesbian.
Okay, so that was one person talking about it. Let's go to somebody else. Because this is I just feel like it's an interesting topic because it's the lesbians navigating language. What is going on? Why can't I filter? Okay, here we go. No, this is not what I want. There was a... Okay, so this is Nala Darling. Oh.
Y'all might not know this about me, but I love being in the snow. It's one of my favorite seasons, the snow season. I'm in loud New York City, so I'm gonna have to speak up. I left my mics at home. I want to kind of address this in a way that feels a lot more responsible. As I understand it, stud is language that is culturally relevant to the umbrella of lesbianism, Black lesbianism specifically. Because the world is changing so much and so fast, I want us to be gentle about how we continue to talk about these things, because all of it is incomplete. And it matters that we say it's incomplete, that the language is limited, all of that. Now listen, stud, as I know it, is cultural and historically relevant language to describe people who are women-loving women. Stud is not just a performance. Stud is not just something you wear or something to be externally satiated by. A stud is an identity and lived experience under the umbrella of Black lesbianism. As the world continues to evolve, I understand that bisexuality has come into conversation with the language of stud. If bisexuality were to come into conversation with the language of stud, that would not only change the cultural reference and historical definition of the word stud, it would limit being a stud to presentation. It would limit being stud to merely the perception of how we're seen by others. There are queer masculine women who also like men. That is true. Being a stud is not a presentation. It is not a performance. It is a cultural connection to lesbianism, Black lesbianism. And I think that's important for us to say. It ain't about gatekeeping. It's about words meaning things. And it's about what changes when we're trying to open up or expand to include ourselves into language that actually just doesn't belong to us. There's a reason why we have to honor this language. And I understand that it's all incomplete. I think that there are people who specifically understand themselves to be beyond the language of stud, and that's okay. I think there's also room for certain language to be protected. So yeah, I understand. I understand bisexuality has come into conversation with the language of stud. I'm willing to have a conversation that's a little more complex about this particular issue. I think that it's important to also navigate cultural relevance and historic value as it pertains to trying to fit and squeeze ourselves into language in general. It's okay that something appeals to your lived experience or identity, and yes, you can take it upon yourself to say, I identify with this. To identify with something and to be something can be different. And I don't want to take from anyone. I also don't want to relinquish the language just for the sake of evolving toward someone else feeling included, because the language also culturally represents people who have no attraction to men. For me, that language is lesbian. For me, that language is stud. Let me think about this a little bit more. Y'all might not know this about me, but I love...
Okay. Woo! So I asked in the comments because I was just curious and wondering.
Y'all might not know this about me, but
let me ask. So for clarity, I asked for just for clarity. Your pussy shirt is cute. Thank you. It says pussy power. You know that girl. Why is it feeling like my titties is making it not in the middle? I guess because I'm turned this way. But yes, it says pussy power. I love this shirt because I got this shirt because, first of all, pussy power. But second of all, one of my most watched videos is called Pussy Power. And I just thought, I don't know why I made that connection, but yeah. I thought it was cute because that's represents one of my most watched videos. I got another shirt recently. I bought these two shirts from this company. And this is one, and then this is this one. Let me open it up because it's in this little package. I thought that this shirt was so cute. It is called Gardening 101. A dirty hoe is a happy hoe. And other tips. I thought that was cute. Now, the problem is this shirt came in the size that I ordered. This shirt did not come in the size that I ordered. This shirt is kind of small. So, all right. So let's get into it. Maybe you can enlighten me on the history because I really thought stud was culturally a hypermasculine black lesbian. I feel like if you're a stud, that goes both ways. Aren't you just bisexual? All righty. I got this from what's her name? Jabri online. I got a couple of her pieces and I just thought it was cute. Anyway, let's get into the subject. So I was just so clarity so I can understand, because remember, this is not my business. This is not my demographic. I say, so if I'm to understand you correctly, Sophie, I think this kind of explains it. A black bi masculine woman shouldn't identify as a stud because that word is exclusive for black masculine lesbians. I asked this person, is that the clarity? And this person said yes. And so I responded, who makes the rules? Does it ever change over time? Because I know language changes over time. Who gatekeeps the change? I'm not a lesbian. This is not a pushback on meaning of y'all words. I'm just asking out of curiosity because a lot of people push back on my community's language too. There's a lot of words that we use, and I put in parentheses trans. I want to understand how y'all respond to it. There's a lot of language that we use that people in our community, out our community, around our community kind of push back and say this not what this is. You get what I'm saying? It's language. It's like people pushing and shoving what the words mean. And I'm just curious of how they handle it as lesbians. And so her response is, there's not necessarily rules as much as boundaries. As a lesbian, I prefer to share spaces with other lesbians sometimes because it nurtures the culture of our experience as women who love women and not men. It's a place I personally want to consistently protect. We will always and forever share space together with our other community siblings. I think it's okay to ground the reality of that without always questioning us, not necessarily you, just mentioning it. And I say, I know that I can't control anyone, nor do I desire that, but I do find it disrespectful. No. This is her saying, continuing the conversation. I know that I can't control anyone, nor do I desire that, but I do find it disrespectful that people won't honor us via that integrity on their own. Lesbianism is a very transition bearing community. A lot of trans men and trans masculine people come through lesbian spaces. I just misunderstand why we have to be the one forced to evolve our very clear cultural language to house everyone. There's some misogyny in it for sure, especially from trans men. I don't charge it to their hearts. I just find it misaligned in the alignment to them. So she's under the assumption that I am speaking from a trans man because she doesn't see, because I'm not under my page. I'm under Marsha's plate page when I see this video. And so I comment as Marsha's plate. So she doesn't know which side of the trans aisle that I am because I just put trans in parentheses. And so she's assuming that I'm a trans man. But I love that she's revealing this because it's revealing the turfiness of her mindset, which is why I'm always, when lesbians, most of the lesbians who I meet that are sticklers around this, they are turfs too. that's why when the other girl said lesbians are the most accepting, lesbians are the most, we accept everybody. That is a motherfucking lie. What are you talking about? You are lying, girl. Y'all do not accept trans women in the lesbian space. Some of y'all, yes, 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 but not all of y'all. So that's a motherfucking lie. But let me go to it, because there's a lot of turfiness in people like this. But like I said, this is not, I'm not saying nobody's right or wrong. I'm just listening and doing what is. But I just know y'all ain't all accepting like that. Clock that T. And so yeah, so I say cool. I totally understand that in this day and age of erasure and retelling of history, we have to set a boundary. So by setting a boundary, are you offended? This is what I'm asking for clarity. Are you offended by the person like using the label to describe themselves, or is it just more of an annoyance? Because I think if it's offensive, that's a more, if a bisexual masculine woman is using stud and it feels like cultural appropriation or a disrespectful offense, that's something that I would expect accountability for. But if it's just an annoyance, like you can use it, but it's just kind of annoying because I know the history of this, I don't think about that as somebody need to be held accountable for that kind of mistake. Do you see what I'm saying? I think there's a difference in the degree of disrespect. And so So, oh, when I said that her response was what I read earlier. Her response was, I know that I can't control anyone, nor do I desire. When I asked her, is it an annoyance or is it just what's that tea? Um, and I wanted to kind of see what it was. And I think, and she said that she wasn't, she said, I know that I can't control anyone, nor do I desire that, but I do find it disrespectful that people won't honor us via the integrity of on their own. Okay. Lesbianism is this was her response to me saying, is it annoying or offensive? Because I think there's a difference in degree. And she says, lesbian is a very transition bearing community. I'm not really for sure what that means. I would love clarity on that. Transition bearing. What does that mean? A lot of trans men and trans masculine people come through lesbian spaces. I just misunderstand. I just misunderstand why we have to be the ones forced to evolve our very clear cultural language to house everyone. So this is it sounds like it's a dig towards trans men to me. Am I wrong? Do y'all agree or not agree? There's some misogyny in it for sure. I'm bringing this subject up to Jay because this is something in Marsha's plate's history with LJ, my co-host. This is just an assumption from me. I don't want to say that this is real or this is true. This is just my observation and my assumption. And I think that this applies to Jay, and I think this applies to a lot of people. I think when I want to be careful with my language. I think sometimes, not everybody, this is not an absolute. This is just what I observed and my assumptions about things and what I consider. I think that some men, trans men, want to transition. They want to identify as a man because they're trans and they want that part of it. But they still want the community of being lesbians. Because when you become a man, you lose that. Being a man is a quite isolating experience. I think it's bad for cisgender men, but I think it's a special wake up call with trans men who transitioning from being in the real deeply community based Black lesbian space, which is classic Black woman community lesbian womanhood that's full of the the romanticized and the practical community that lesbians create, women who love women create, queer women create. You go from that to being a man. It is a shock. I think it's a shock because I personally don't think you can fully prepare for manhood in that way until you actually are in it. Like the isolation of manhood. And I think reconciling that, I think reconciling that both of those, navigating being a man and navigating losing that community, which is unfair, but it's just how the cultural setup is. I feel like a lot of them have an issue with reconciling that. And so what be reconciling that puts lesbians in a position where we have to change what we feel these words that we created for us means, because you are trying to force us to allow you into our space or be a part of our space. And I think that that's what this sentiment is. Like, you are not a lesbian anymore. You have transitioned to a man. And I think that this trans thing that she is expressing is because of that. Now, the bisexual woman, I think that pushing them out is alongside of the pushing the bisexual woman out of the stud label too. I think that this is all a part of a turf-like agenda. It just feels like that. And like I said, I'm not in this community, so I'm just observing. You are not a part. Now remember, they're not saying are what they're saying that the label. Are there masculine women who are bisexual? Absolutely. They're not denying that. What they're saying is that once you are having sex with men, you are no longer a lesbian. So that means you are no longer a stud, because a stud is a Black lesbian masculine woman. That's what they're saying. They're not saying that there are no masculine women that are not bisexual. And I think that that's what Ty said earlier. I mean, studs, not all, but some from my experience have always went all the ways. So they're not saying that there's no masculine lesbians who are bisexual. Yes. But what they're saying is this particular label was created and meant a specific thing. And when you are doing things that doesn't align with the label, you are not that label. Just being a masculine woman does not mean that you're a stud. This is my understanding of what they're saying. A masculine woman who is a lesbian is a stud. When you get to having dick and taking dick and da 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 da, you are no longer a stud. You're just a bisexual masculine woman. That makes sense? This is what they're saying. They're saying that the word means masculine, black, masculine, lesbian. If you are bisexual, you are no longer a lesbian. You're bisexual. You're a bisexual masculine woman. Now, so the history of stud comes from black. There's some people in the comments saying, when has stud been just about black? From the beginning that it started, baby. Bull daggers, particularly those language. Was there butch, dyke? I think dyke is the word that feels more kind of like fag. That feels more racial neutral. Where stud is not racial neutral. Stud is very black. Comes from black lesbians. Like, it's very black. Butch felt more white. Let's go to the
period. A stud is a
let's go to the questions in the comments because I wanna talk about it. This is somebody in the comments who said, Google is a thing, people. The term stud for a black lesbian was created by working class black lesbians in the 1950s and 1960s, gaining prominence during the 60s as a distinct cultural specific label for black masculine women, lesbian women. Somebody under her, another lesbian, another person, I don't know their T, but somebody under her, not black, says, since when is stud only black? Being a stud isn't a race. It's how you identify yourself within your sexuality. Additionally, using the word costume, because Amber Closet used costume, or having to use additional room or space to create something else is completely demeaning and isolating, when being a part of this community is not only about being respected, but also being inclusive. And I think that that's the problem. And then somebody under her said, it's always been a black masculine lesbian. And then somebody under her says, stud literally has always been a race thing. So people are pushing back on her saying stud has always been a black label. It was white girls didn't really call themselves that. And I've never heard a white masculine lesbian ever called stud. I have, but it's very rare. It's usually white girls who were raised in the black community. I have heard white masculine girls who were raised in the black community, who were, in proximity to the black community. But I have heard it. I've heard stud be used. I know it's a black word, but I have heard people use it in other countries. I've heard people use it in other cultures. And this is I understand it. Like, I understand, I don't like people changing words in our culture too. Somebody says, I thought stud was for black women and butch was for white women. Same. I heard white lesbian called stud, but they grew up around us. And I wasn't, and the other black girls, black stud or lesbians, weren't pushing back on that on that word. Like, they knew exactly what they meant when they called themselves a stud. Do you see what I'm saying? They knew exactly what they meant. And this is what always kind of, is weird. Not weird. It's not weird. That's the wrong language. But the point of language is to communicate an idea. And so sometimes if somebody says something and it communicates the idea, I don't know. It just feel. But then it gets problematic. Not problematic, but then it gets weird. So listen to this person. This person says, "I think the same for butches. No bisexual butches. We are a noun, and that's a much different identity. No shade to bisexuals, masculine presenting people, but you're not butch or a stud." So this is a white butch saying, even with butch, you are not bisexual. So what they're doing, it's not my business to say whether this is right or wrong. We're just discussing it because we are in proximity to this language conversation, and I want to hear y'all opinion about it. So this is a white butch saying, I feel the same way about butch. If you are having sex with men, you are not a butch. You are a bisexual person. So what it sounds like they're doing is that they are pushing bisexual masculine women out of the label of butch and stud. This is what they're doing. So why I'm not invested in the sense of I care super, super deeply, but this is the same thing that will be turned against us. Like it is only for a stud black lesbian or a white white lesbian butch to say, point to this bisexual woman and say, you cannot be in this label because you are not this, because you have sex with men, you cannot be in this label. There is only a couple of angles for them to turn and say, you are not a lesbian, you trans woman, because you used to be. It is not a far stretch. That's why this feels like a turfy place. Remember, I'm not saying that this is wrong or right. I'm not saying, and I'm also not saying that I don't understand it. I'm hearing the language of, this is the language for us. So why are you using this language? Do you see what I'm saying? You see where it kind of language is not efficient. Language is an ever-changing, growing, evolving entity. Yeah, which is why I asked, words change all the time. Right, because being a stud is more of a gender expression rather than a sexual identity. But is it? I guess that's what that other girl said. She was like, y'all are being a stud. Being a stud isn't just about gender expression. That's what she said earlier. She said it isn't about just gender expression. It's about sexuality too. It's about who you have sex with. That's what stud is. A stud is a black masculine lesbian. What's the definition of a lesbian? A woman who likes women, who has sex with women. So now my question is, does it have to be exclusive? And these are so detailed. Who made these rules up? Does it have to be, because a bisexual woman is having sex with women, but who said that means you have to be exclusively lesbian? Is that what it is? Is that what they're saying? It's exclusively lesbian. I guess that's what they're saying. You have to be exclusively lesbian, because if you are having sex with men, you're not a lesbian no more. Okay. I'm just trying to make it clear. Okay. So you have to be exclusively lesbian. I just know that is not far from turf. That is not far from turf mentality. It gets, when you start, not saying it's wrong or right. I'm just saying, that gets real close. Saying I'm pushing you out of this label, that feels like a cisgender woman saying, you don't have a pussy, baby. You can be whatever you want to be, but you're not this. I don't know. That just feels like that. But they do, Angel. They do for they justify it for the same reasons of that this is. You're a woman, but you're not a female. Yeah, you have sex with, because it sounds like, yeah, you have sex with women, but you're not exclusively having sex with women, so you're not a stud. It feels it feels very adjacent or parallel, where it's like, ooh. I want to be very clear for people listening. I'm not saying that this is wrong or right. I don't have any fight in this battle. I just found how they are navigating the discussion around the language is what's interesting to me, because it's something that these types of definitions, these types of words, these types of changes, this type of gatekeeping, it always is nuanced to me. Like a lesbian who also sleeps with trans women would be bisexual to these folks. Yes, that's what I mean. If it's just about taking dick, then that means if they're having sex with a woman, a trans woman, are they still a stud? If they're not having sex with men, but they're having sex with a trans woman and not exclusively, do you see? Yeah, you get what I'm saying. There starts to be this kind of gray, mucky area where what if this, where it points out people's biases around trans. To me, that's where it starts to reveal where people stand on the line. Do you feel what I'm saying? It reveals these type of conversations, to me, reveals subtly the subtext is, I know we're on the side of the line that I'm on. Not saying it's right or wrong, but if you're considering studs just taking dick, if a woman taking dick is the what makes her not a stud anymore, a bisexual woman, then what if she's with a transsexual woman? Not, people don't like transsexual. I like transsexual, so I use the language. But trans woman, and she's taking dick from the lesbian trans woman exclusively. So I'm exclusively only dating women. One just so happened to still have a penis. All of a sudden, I too am now kicked out of the label because you don't consider trans women women. Which goes back to what I was saying earlier, where when Amber said, we're lesbians the most open, no, baby, I don't know where you've been at. Have you heard of Janice Raymond? Have you heard of there's a whole sector of lesbians that is like, nah, bitch, you ain't got no pussy, you is not a woman. I don't, baby, listen. It's a whole transsexual. What is it? Transsexual manifesto. What did she write? Let me read, just if y'all don't know this education. Transsexual Manifesto by Janice Raymond. Is that the name of it? Oh, okay, it's not. It's not called that. It's called The Empire Strikes Back: A Post-Transsexual Manifesto by Janice Raymond. The 1970 book, The Transsexual Empire: The Making of the She-Male. It's a whole book that is like the turf Bible. That is so anti-trans woman. That is so. Her name is Janice Raymond. A great book that explains it is called let me see if I can. It's in my bookshop if you still like books. Let me see if I can find it. So if you go to my bookshop, which is here, I'm gonna put the link. I have view all of these damn books. There is a book called, this is one of my favorite books ever. It is called The Trouble with White Women, A Counter History of Feminism. So I love this book because what Kyla Schooler, that's the author's name, what Kyla Schooler does is she goes back to the beginning of when we consider the feminist movement. When we consider the feminist movement starting, and she goes up until modern day, and she's very, very diligent in comparing, because there's a consensus, particularly in Black male community, that feminism started with white women. Thank you, Moni. Love you. That feminism started with white women. That it is a white woman's creation. That it is that white women created that, and that's just wrong. Like, it's just wrong. And one of the reasons why that is such a strong belief to people is because a lot of Black women's work around labor, around bucking up against the systems, are erased or co-opted by white women. Everybody who is considered first wave feminism, second wave feminism, third wave feminism, there is a woman waiting, or in not necessarily waiting, but in the wings, either a Black woman in the wings sharpening her ideals, trying to push her to have a racial analysis, trying to make her a better feminist, trying to make her better in her analogy around women's rights and women's liberation. There is always a woman in the culture, a Black woman, that is pushing this white feminist to be better. And she is either meeting resistance, or she is being erased from the narrative, or she is being used and co-opted to make the white woman's contribution to society more rich and more depth, but not getting credit for it. That is always the case. period. We know how racism works. We know who have power to get published. We know who have power to get their books published, their PhD dissertations accepted into the academia. We know who had the power and who had the skin color to get them into doors, even when the white man was trying to stop them. We know who at least their race was not a barrier. Are y'all clocking me so far? So we can't espouse that race is a barrier. That race is a barrier, and then think that during the feminist movement that there was no Black women being barred out of spaces. So when we talk about Seneca Falls, we know there were Black feminists in the world. Frances Hill Harper. We know there were Black feminists in the world. Just because they weren't invited to or pushed out of Seneca Falls convening, that doesn't mean they didn't exist. That doesn't mean that they weren't there. That doesn't mean that the writing that they were putting out, the white women weren't learning and growing from. Do y'all get what I'm saying? And so that book is a beautiful book because what it specifically does is each section of the book takes a white woman of the era and a Black woman of the era, leaders in feminism, and compare how the culture and society accepted them and what they were doing behind the scenes with evidence that was either pushing the Black woman out on purpose, this white feminist woman pushing the Black woman out, or learning from her work and not giving her credit, or actually using her skills and talent to build her platform, and so on and so on. That book is, every chapter is two women that they are featuring in the chapter to show how their lives interacted and how the erasure of the Black woman's contribution in feminism is there. But we ignore it because men ignore it because they want to tell Black women, don't be feminist, that's against you, because they're or other Black women because they're a fucking pick me. They have an investment for you not to know that there were Black women in the feminist movement because they want you to be still a slave to patriarchy. They don't want you to know that Black women had a voice in that movement because they want you to be a slave to patriarchy. They want you in the house, in the kitchen, in the pregnant, barefoot, doing nothing, not believing in feminist ideals. They want you to think that it's a white woman because they know we reject white womanhood because we know they racist and problematic. They know that if we think it's a white coming from a white woman's brain, we'd be like, oh Lord, it can't be good. Them evil bitches. They're invested in you not knowing. They're invested in you not knowing the history of Black women. They're invested in you believing, and they're invested in you believing the erasure. Got it? They're invested in you believing the erasure. The erasure, yes. So please read that book. And it's on Audible too. I ain't got the link. You can go to I put a link always in my thing to my Audible. So make sure y'all get a discount on Audible if you don't have it. And you can listen to that. It's so good. And one of the chapters that I love is they're comparing Betty Friedan and Betty Friedan, the author of The Feminine Mystique. They are comparing Betty Friedan and Polly Murray. And so I've said this in recent videos on my TikTok. As a matter of fact, let me play it.
Most men think that blood flow was the only thing that mattered.
Girl, shut up. I posted this when we were going from Black History Month to Women's History Month.
Because you center white women and
oh shit,
their stories, you think they are the beginning of the feminist movement, but they are not. You think Seneca Falls, the convening there in the late 1800s, was the beginning of the feminist movement because who was in power to tell stories then? White women was in power. They blocked many of intellectual feminist Black women from even coming to that convening, but they existed in that time. You think white women would just sit at home and it's like, oh my God, poof, feminism. Even Sojourner Truth, the center of that question, ain't I a woman, is at the intersection of being black and being a woman. She wasn't sitting in the house being taken care of and being respected just because she was born with a vagina. She was working, laboring, just like the men, because she wasn't being treated like the white women were. Got it? Whether that's the legend or the truth or not, because that's questionable, because she was Dutch. But the myth of that ain't I a woman. The myth is at the intersection of being black and a woman and calling out the hypocrisy of that. It is a feminist talking point, ironically. The vagina didn't cross her over the line to be a woman or be treated like a woman. She was still just whatever she was before. Now, darling, don't you miss that trans analysis somewhere up in there. Don't miss it. Don't let it go over your head. Ain't I a woman? The white women said, not yet. We want you to be here in our lines, our suffragist lines. We still want you in the back. That's what they told Happy Wells during the march. That the black women was there. But they told them they want them to be in the back. We want your support, but we want you behind us. They want our labor, but don't want us at the center of anything. Don't want us to have any of the visibility. And that's not the only time. When we think about Betty Friedan and her The Book on Feminism, The Feminine Mystique, she was a white, middle-aged, middle-class woman in the suburbs. You think she just came up with that? No. She had Pauli Murray editing that book. Nobody talks about that. At the very least, this is a black lesbian woman. And at the very most, she is a black, trans-masculine, AFAB person. If you know, you know. But once again, the black woman is behind the scenes. And the white woman takes the credit. I just wanted to say that as we are coming from the sunset of Black History Month and the dawn of Women's History Month, I don't want us to center white women in the feminist story. There's always a black woman there steering their opinions, pushing them to be better, pushing them to have a racial analysis that includes black women. Don't just center white women in that story this month, ever. Because you center white women.
Ever. Don't center them ever. But one of the chapters, because it's relevant to the time, thank you, Kayla, for doing this. One of the chapters is comparing Janice Raymond and let me see what the other one, the trans woman's name is. I forgot it. Let me go to my my library. Oh, it is. Let me.
She informed her editor.
Go to the. Her name is, yes, it's chapter 6 called Turf Gatekeeping and Trans Feminist Horizons, where she is comparing Janice Raymond and Sandy Stone. During this time, the woman who was, they were parallel in their growing, their feminism, was Sandy Stone. So Janice Raymond and Sandy Stone. And I thought it was a beautiful leaning into what was going on now, because each chapter brilliantly did it. So when we think about chapter 1, that's Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Frances E.W. Harper. I said Hill Harper earlier, not Hill Harper. That's an actor, isn't it? Frances E.W. Harper. She compared Harriet Beecher Stowe and Harriet Jacobs. She compared Alice C. Fletcher and Zetakela. I can't pronounce that word. Zetakela Sa. And then she compared Margaret Sanger and Dorothy Farabee. She compared Polly Murray and Betty Friedan. We talked about Janice Raymond and Sandy Stone. And then she compared Sheryl Sandberg and Alicia Ocasio-Cortez. Alexandria AOC. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I think that's how you say it. And so, yes. To answer the title, well, yes. I think when you automatically say yes, you're not understanding what's being said. And I think we've discussed that earlier when we first started the subject. I think somebody said, when you mean stud, you mean masculine women. No, I mean stud being masculine Black lesbians. And I'm not saying what I mean. I'm saying what they mean, what they are talking about while we are discussing it, what they are talking about. So what they are saying, and I played the video earlier, so y'all probably just coming in late. They are saying that stud has a particular definition. Stud has a particular definition, and the definition of stud is a Black masculine lesbian. So, what is Black? What is masculine? What is lesbian? If you don't fit the definition of Black, if you don't fit the definition of masculine, if you don't fit the definition of lesbian, you are not a stud. That is what they are saying. Not Diamond. That is what they are saying. That's the point they're making. You can't just come in and change language. They are gatekeeping that language. They are saying, listen, we're not saying that you can't be free and be what you want to be. What we're saying is, this is our language. You can't come in and change the meaning of our language that we created for ourselves. We are a small minority group in a minority group. We're a small group in a subculture. And we are tired of y'all bringing y'all ass in here trying to change the language that we use for ourselves. And what the language is if you're a stud, you are a Black masculine lesbian. Lesbian meaning, because we're talking about identity. We're talking about identity and sexuality. Lesbian is a woman who has sex with women. If you are having sex with men, you are no longer a lesbian no more. You are a bisexual. So if you are a bisexual, you are no longer a lesbian. So you are a Black masculine bisexual, which takes you out of the category of stud. So studs cannot go both ways. That is what they're saying. I'm not saying that. Diamond is not saying that. This is what the people are saying. But what the studs are saying, these particular type of studs, is that they're not a stud no more. They're not telling them that they can't be bisexual. They're saying that you're not a lesbian no more. So that means you're not a stud. If you are having sex with men, you're no longer a lesbian. And stud is for Black masculine lesbians. And they also say it for the white ones too. You are not a stud, baby. You white. You got to be Black. But it's something about the pushback, because I don't hear the same. It's something about the sexuality that's forcing people to be like, oh, we can't gatekeep them having sex with men, like they're getting oppressed. But I don't feel the same. I don't see the same pushback when the studs say, you not a stud if you white, because we love to tell white people stay out of our fucking business. But all of a sudden they say, you not a fucking lesbian if you getting dick. Now all of a sudden it's like, oh. I don't want to impede on their sexuality. Oh, no, the lesbians is saying if you out here getting dick, you not a lesbian no more. You a bisexual, and that's okay. And that's okay. But you're not one of us. You don't go to school here. You don't even go here. You the B. You ain't the L. Words mean things. You not the L no more. You the B. Why you not okay with being the B? You not the L no more. And studs are the L, the black masculine versions of the L. So you not a stud. That's what they saying. I'm just being passionate, just role playing. Is it biphobia? Is it biphobia though? Is it? Because they're not saying it's not okay for you to be bi. They're saying you're not the L no more. You the B. Are you biphobia from where? You think the person who's wanting to be the stud label has some internalized biphobia, and so they don't want to be the B? I can see that being as biphobia, but I don't think the lesbian saying you're not a lesbian no more, you bi. I don't think that's biphobic. I think that's saying, girl, that's what you are. You ain't no lesbian no more. You bisexual, you the B. That's why we got the LGBT. The L is for the lesbians. That's logical to me. I agree. Okay, I want it to be clear. Yes, I think the person who doesn't want to identify as bi, even though they are, is biphobic. Yes, I totally agree. Yes. I'm deep in thought. Yes, I want you to think. I thought that, like I said, I don't have no sin in the game because I'm the T. And I'm proud to be the T. I ain't no L. I ain't no B. I ain't no a G. Well, no. That's the nuance too. So I do consider myself the G, but I don't consider myself the G in the sense of sexuality. I consider myself the G in the sense of community. Got it? Like, I consider myself a part of the gay community. So I say, yeah, I'm gay. Gay in the sense of community. Does it make sense? I don't consider myself gay in the sense of sexuality. Does it make sense? Whatever part of the definition of gay that is equal to queer, that's what I fuck with. As far as a community. Because sometimes I say gay are a sexually fluid trans woman. What are you asking me? Am I a sexually fluid trans woman? Is that what you're asking me? Hey, but lesbians do view women who's intimate with traditionally masculine people mainly negatively. Of course they do. Absolutely. They also consider lesbian who have sex with trans women negatively too. We talked about that earlier. Could see someone stud who, like men, are reluctant to label themselves as bi. And that's where it gets shaky, where these words are not efficient. This language is not enough. Are you a sexually fluid trans woman? Am I a sexually fluid trans woman? I have never had sex with somebody with a vagina. Have I had thoughts? Have I had dreams? Have I considered? Have I questioned? Have I thought about it? Like, have I found some studs attractive? Have I, you know what I'm saying? Those nuances, But I have never had sex with anybody with a vagina. I am a virgin. Classy. When I go to the gates of heaven, I can truly say I am a virgin, baby. My stuff has never been in nobody's cat. Gold star. I consider myself queer too, but I can, when somebody says gay, I don't read. I know they're talking about me. Do you see what I'm saying? I say queer, I say gay, I say it's the way I use gay is when you say LGBTQIA plus, I consider that those letters all the gay community. I consider all those letters the queer community. I consider, for me, I'm mixy. I like to fandangle through the alphabet. Work. Yeah. I'm trying to think if so. I unfortunately have been afflicted with the sexuality that makes me attracted to cis men. Pray for me. They haven't created any kind of cures or anything for us yet, but we're gonna pray that it's coming. But because my God, good Lord, I seen what you do for other people. I know you can do it for me. Oh my God, yes. And I think that there have been have I seen trans men who are like, oh my God, I consider them men, but some of them have not, I won't say some, all of them. Were born with a vagina. I have seen trans men that I am absolutely attracted to. I have seen some studs that I'm like, could I do it? It would be hard to explore with her. I am not attracted to anything feminine, but I can see myself with my husband. Yes, this does center a man. I can see myself with my husband, with my boyfriend, with my cis male partner, having a threesome that I am fully into with another femme. Just having fun, just for the sake of doing it for my man. I don't think I could be with a femme by myself because I'm not attracted to them like that. I don't see how it could happen. But I am turned on by pleasing my man. I am turned on by seeing the reaction he is gonna have to that threesome experience. So I'm gonna fully commit to making it a good experience by participating in it fully. Do you see what I'm saying? So, yeah. On the East Coast, a lot of the realest trans women had sterile girlfriends. Yeah, I don't seen that. I grew up with trans women who dated studs. That is for me, that is nothing new. That is the most common thing that was kind of like queer, like, oh, that goes against what I thought trans women would like. That was the most common, like dealing with, well, I don't know. I guess dealing with butch queens would be the most common, but there was a lot of girls that were there was a lot of studs dealing with trans women and a lot of trans women dealing with studs in my city. So that wasn't really uncommon for me to see. My best friend was Ty was with studs and shit when we were growing up. So that wasn't, did I think it was strange? Absolutely. But that's not my business. That's my sister's business. They got nothing to do with me. So, but I, was I like, ooh, okay, yes. But what, I found it stupid to make a big deal out of it because, girl, this ain't got nothing to do with you. Which is, I'm practicing what I preach because I think cis people who got a problem with queer people is so late and tired. You can think it's strange, you can think it's weird, you can think of whatever it is, but girl, it ain't got nothing to do with you. You ain't in that bedroom. You is not in that bedroom. Who cares? But back to the subject. If you are listening, make sure you thumbs up. While I understand, I feel like I've explained that I understand what they're saying is that you are not a lesbian no more. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. But I just wanted to be very clear that strict barring with that language, that angle can easily be turned to a turfy angle. Because those same women will be the same ones saying trans women, trans lesbians are not lesbians. Because they don't feel you a woman unless you was born with a pussy. Because the language says to them that you're supposed to be born with a pussy. that there is a connection there, y'all. There's an easily shift to go from you are not a stud if you don't have sex with just women. Those people with that mentality, you're not about to get me to believe that they don't have the mentality, because that is a pussy vagina based belief. If you're having sex with people that don't have a vagina, you are not a lesbian. That is easy for that type of person to say. Have y'all? My mind is thinking about zombie movies. You know, when the zombie is eating this one person, and all of a sudden they done or something happened, and the zombie say and turn to the other person that they run to. They like, That's what it reminds me. It's easy for that mindset, that vagina based belief, that body part based belief, to turn transphobic. You are not a stud if you are having sex with people who don't have a vagina. You are not a woman if you don't have a vagina. Those two concepts, baby, is so close. It's paper thin. So I want y'all to clock. I believe that people who are sticklers about this, I can't imagine that they're super, super trans friendly. I don't know. I'm willing to bet behind closed doors, they like, That's why Amber was like, lesbians are the most accepting. We accept everybody. Trans did it. No, you don't, baby. No, you don't. That's a damn lie. That's a whole damn lie, Sugarfoot. That's a whole damn lie. Pussy vagina based belief. That's what it is. That's about body parts. That's about body parts, honey. That's all it. That's all it. That's what the rule is. That's what the rule is based on. If you getting dick, baby, you is not lesbian no more. That's what it is. If you a lesbian if you like pussy only. That's a body part belief. What are some language parallels that y'all feel trans people have? to this language, to this gatekeeping of language. I think a lot of people don't know that there is, I don't know if this is exactly the same, but there is tension within our community about, but I also think this, we call it medicalism or something. I think that's what they call it, medicalism. It is, there are some trans women who don't like the label trans, transgender. They feel like all this umbrella shit takes away from them. All this feels like silly to me, but I can't control how people feel. That's not my job or place or whatever. But I recently listened to it. Let me see if I can find her video.
And they're still
Most men think that blood
shut
flow
up.
4 months into the
I
year,
don't
and
care
I'm not seeing
what y'all think or talk about. Let me see if I can find it. Is this it?
All them years watching Reading Rainbow, I never realized it.
Trace had a conversation about being transsexual, about the language of transsexual. Which is the... I don't know. I can't find it. Sorry. I don't know where it's at. She did a video about the word transsexual recently. And I don't know. I guess she done dropped it down. She deleted it. But she basically was saying, like Bear White and Buck Angel, I don't really follow them. I have them blocked, so I don't really know their stances on shit like that. I know that they were MAGA, so when you become MAGA, I think that you are mentally ill and retarded, so I block you. I have no interest in your thought. And so I know people like, oh, you need to listen to people to have grace, and I don't have grace for MAGA. I'm sorry. I think having grace for MAGA is how we got into this hellscape that we are in now. I think I'm tired of having grace for people. I'm tired of having grace for idiots. I'm tired of having grace for I think the people who deserve grace are not that far gone. You feel what I'm saying? Like if you are MAGA, if you Candace Owens level MAGA, you are, you over there to that level, I'm not giving you grace. Like if you somebody who maybe a moderate, you like, I don't know what's going on with MAGA, but them Democrats is weird, but I ain't really fucking with the MAGA shit. I can kind of talk to you, but it's kind of like me talking Christian white nationalist, a white supremacist who admittedly believes. I'm not talking about people who pretend that they're not MAGA or pretend that they're not racist. I'm talking about the people who like, I'm white and I believe I'm better than you because you're black. There are some people that is that. I'm white. I believe that this country is mine. I believe that I built it. Yeah, we enslaved y'all. Cool. Y'all was meant to be slaves. We were smarter than y'all. It was a war. We won it. We came over to your country and snatched y'all. And we built this empire on y'all backs. Now what? What y'all? And now we're doing whatever we can to take it back. Now what y'all gonna do, bitch? What you gonna do? We won. You lost. In the tone of Nicki Minaj and Itty Bitty Piggy. I win, you lose. The white people like that, I'm not giving them grace. They are war enemies. They are war criminals. It's not grace that they get. You assassinate them. They are war criminals. They're proud of it. You don't give them grace. You don't say, "Ooh, we want to reach across the aisle to the racists, to the openly proud racists." This might be a problematic conversation, but I think about this. I know that it's a hard pill to swallow, but in the relation to war, in relations to how war works, they won. Do you see what I'm saying? Like y'all let them come over to our country and snatch us up and bring us over here for years and enslave us. Like the war tactics of that, and build a country off the backs, erase a whole other community, Native Americans, and still hold power. Like if you think of it as a war, they were winning. And it's hard to admit that these people that we espouse to be physically better than, like when it comes to sports, when it comes to how did they outsmart us? I'm not asking how, because we know the history and how things played out, but they shouldn't have been able to do it. We are the global majority. Even right now, brown people are the global majority, and they are still running rampant. Why? Why have we let them put us? Why are we still under the clutches of their delusion that Europe is how Europe is the pinnacle, how European culture is the pinnacle, how every single thing, despite us knowing that we are tastemakers, still all across the globe, light skin, European culture, blonde hair, da 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 da, pinnacle. Like that. What is pinnacle femininity is rooted in what they look like. What is pinnacle masculinity is rooted in what they look like. Why are we still under that delusion? I think Abrahamic religion is the foundation of it. And even that, like, why are we still on that? The motherfuckers was raping their wives, and the motherfuckers was saying, there's so much weird shit in the Bible, man. There's so much weird shit in the Quran. There's so much weird shit in that shit. Why does that still got a hold of it? My thing is, and I fuck all that other bullshit. Black Americans, like, bitch, you think them slaves wasn't praying with intention and depth and meaning for 400 years? 200 years? Well, how many years? You think they weren't praying? Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to hear y'all thoughts about the lesbians, but I had other things I wanted to talk about. About the lesbians being over there fighting, and about the word studs. So just so we're clear on my opinion of the scenario. The first one is that this is not my business. I'm just observing how they are handling this nuance in language. That's number one. Number two is I actually totally understand them saying is our shit. This is meant for us. This is what we define it as. And once you do certain things, you are not a part of this identity. And I understand that. And I also understand that it's not far from being a turf. It's not far saying that you are excluded from this is not far from saying you are not this, because it's the same ideology. It's the same shit. It's the same body part based belief of exclusion. So if you are gatekeeping this, I'm pretty sure that you are gatekeeping this. And another thing, we don't talk about this enough. Some people are not actually dumb. Some people are too smart to be publicly transphobic. In the queer community, they are too smart to be publicly transphobic. They're smart enough to understand what trans is and respect it, but they are also smart enough to know that I fuck with this, but in my internal world, I don't fuck with this. I'm smart enough. And it's easy to tell. It's easy to tell. It's for me, it's easy to tell. It's kind of like I can clock a transphobe, so even the subtle ones, like when you engaging with a white woman, you can clock when she was raised by racists. You can clock it based on questions she asks, based on how she look at you, how she responds to you, how she responds to your blackness, your unapologetic blackness. You can clock a person, even if they are not Ku Klux Klan racist, you can clock that they don't have a racial analysis that includes you. You can clock that they don't have black friends. You can clock as soon as a bitch get to talking about my braids, my hair, as a oddity, as a curiosity. Oh my God, it looks so when they get to and I'm not even talking about them trying to touch it, just the way they talk about it. Yeah, it's so amazing how much you guys can do with your hair. My stringy hair can't do anything. And you guys, you can come from this and then do this and do that. It's so many things. All I can do with my hair is wash it and that's it. And it's just so stringy and it gets so greasy. And I just can't do anything. It's just so bland. I wish I had all the curls. All the curls and texture. I remember when I was young, I had a little bit of curls. But I've bleached and done all of these things, and I can't do anything with my hair now. It's just so fried. And I'm looking at her like, okay, Allison. Okay. Okay, girl. Cloud Bobs. These people are insane. These people are insane. Cloud Bobs, y'all. Cloud Bob. 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 Them motherfuckers said Cloud Bob. If y'all don't know what we're talking about, Cloud Bob. But they had a picture of Tracy Ellis Ross. They didn't have a picture of some white woman. They had a picture of Tracy Ellis Ross, the daughter of our icons. A Cloud Bob, bitch. What the fuck are they talking about? A Cloud Bob. These motherfuckers said a Cloud Bob. Baby, when they said that, I was done. A Cloud Bob. So yes, if you don't know, Vogue has put out an article about bobs, different type of bobs, and one of the bobs that they mentioned was a cloud bob. And if you ever wondering what a cloud bob is, because I didn't know what a cloud bob was. And let me show you the picture. Let me show you the picture of what they said was a cloud bob. Now, I didn't know what a cloud bob was, but I knew what an afro was. Cloud bob, I don't know nothing about that. I don't know what that is. But an afro, I'm pretty sure it looks like that. That would be an afro to me. But cloud bob, I don't know what that is. This is what Vogue.com had on their list of different types of bobs. And this was a cloud bob. A cloud bob, bitch. I am gagged. A cloud bob, bitch. She says, how to wear the cloud bob. Why y'all even bringing this up? Because I just thought it was funny. I did a cloud bob for my birthday. Let me see if I can find my cloud bob. Oh, wait. Girl, you about to get me demonetized, Minnie. I did a cloud bob for my birthday. Cloud bob, baby. Isn't that cute? I got my life. Cloud bob. Vogue. Vogue in chic, high fashion cloud bob, baby. Y'all can't take my high fashion. Vogue has affirmed me. Cloud bob, baby. Y'all can't take. Honey. Cloud bob. Anna Wintour said, I'm that girl in the clouds with my bob. Wait, oh, it's the new girl. It's not even Anna no more. I forgot she stepped down. Whoever the new girlie is. Cloud Bob, honey. You know what I also thought was funny? Speaking of hair. So this lady, her name is Raven Brown. And she is, let me look and see what she looks like. Yeah, I expected that. Her name is Raven Brown. She says, this is Cardi B. She's comparing Cardi B and Beyonce's Kendrick, Sacred, and what's her new product? Some shit. And she does this this circle. She's trying to claim that Beyonce has K-tips in this commercial. And I say in the comments, because I think that this is so ridiculous. I said this lady literally sat when she launched. I need Cardi to fail miserably. Oh, I don't need Cardi to fail at all. I want Cardi to keep winning. I don't know what you talk about. You are on a Cardi B fan page here. I don't want Cardi to fail at all. I want Cardi to continue to win. I think Cardi is one of the realest celebrities out here in regards to showing her personality and being real. Now, I'm not saying that she ain't had no problematic stuff in the zeitgeist, yes, but I think a lot of these motherfuckers do. But how parasocial are you? Parasocial of you? I don't even know what that. I know what that means, but how am I parasocial because I want Cardi B to win? Isn't it parasocial for you want a woman that you don't know to lose? Isn't that parasocial? If we're talking about parasocial, like why me wanting her to win? Except my parasocial relationship is wanting her to be positive. Is positive. Yours is negative. You want her to lose. So how is mine parasocial and yours is not? I mean, what's the difference between wanting her to fail, not being parasocial? Explain that to me. So I say, but this is what my statement about this K-Tips claim. I say this lady literally sat and let y'all see her get her hair washed and blow dried, and y'all still don't believe it's her real hair. Oh, I think that her track record does not. We just have different opinions about that track record. Or some of her missteps are more impactful to you. You think they're deeper to you than they are to me. And I don't think that's parasocial. I think or negatively parasocial. I just think we just have different of opinions about her missteps. They don't what she has done wrong to you has um is deeper than what it is to me. So I said this lady, Beyonce, this lady literally sat and let y'all see her get her hair washed and blow dried, and y'all still don't believe it's her real hair. A girl who was raised middle class with a mother who was a cosmetologist and owned her own beauty salon. A girl who has been rich and famous for almost 30 years. She has access to the best hair care, not only that her money can buy, but so much so that she can afford to research and build her own hair care line from her own wallet. She got it from her own wallet so she could not get any cuts. Like nobody is cutting into her business. There are literally no barriers to her having good hair, as in long. I put in quotes. So why are you thinking that Beyonce can't have real long hair? Why are you thinking that? That is so crazy. You defending her success is I think there's a difference between me wanting her to be successful and defending her success. I'm not defending her success, but let's go with that. You defending her success is a form of parasocial parasociality or whatever, in my opinion, because you extended support for someone that wouldn't do the same. I think that that's a lie. I think that Cardi would support me. I have seen her talk about the trans issue many times. Many of the people on her team are transgender that she supports. She has constantly supported me in regards to my identity, not me personally, but in regards to my identity. So, in her action, she's actually showed support for our community in her actions. So, I don't know what you're talking about. But if you're thinking that the one of the reasons why I support her is because she has been absolutely loud in her support of trans people. So you dismissing that portion of her brand, I think is parasocial. Hate. But that's what I feel like you are doing, baby. I think everything that we don't know this lady. So everything we don't know this lady personally. So anything that we are putting on her, what I'm putting on her is based on her actions. So what I'm putting on her is based on her actions to my community. I don't know her personally. You don't know her personally. But based on her actions, hiring trans people, giving trans people credit for key moments in her life that a lot of the cisgender celebrity people will take our shit. I didn't hear will take queer people shit and not even mention that that's where they got it from. I was about to say something, but I'm gonna leave that alone. Um, there's a lot of times that they don't even give us credit for stuff, and she has over and over and over and over done that, particularly trans women, um, loud and proud about it. So acting like she hasn't done that and ignoring that and making it seem like I support her is just parasocial unhealthy relationship. You're totally ignoring what her actual actions are. Right. If there's parasocial appreciation and love, there's parasocial hate. That's how parasocial works. Parasocial means that you ain't connected to them outside of the internet in real life. You have a parasocial relationship with them. And so your parasocial relationship is to hate her because you're adding things that are negative. But as I said earlier, it's not like I said, I don't think that she hasn't had any missteps in her past, but those missteps are not big enough for me to want her to not succeed. Yeah, I don't find her missteps to be big enough for me to be like, "Oh, I don't want her to succeed at all." No. What I'm saying is whatever negative traits or actions that you deem as negative traits, I don't think that they're either negative or I don't think that they're negative enough because I find everybody to be something they have done. Most people that I know, there's something that they have done that I might not like. But whatever Cardi B has done that I publicly know about, none of her missteps have been something that I deem super negative to where I think I want her to not succeed. It's kind of like some people who support it's kind of how I think about Roland Martin. Like Roland Martin is a perfect example. Roland Martin has done how you think about Roland Martin has never done anything that I deem to be I want this black man to fail. But he has done negative things to where I don't like him. I don't like Roland Martin. But nothing he has done is where I'm like, oh, I don't want Roland Martin to succeed. Do you see what I'm saying? Like now some people, they don't like him and don't fuck with him and don't like him and don't want to do don't want him to succeed. But for me, it's not that deep. He hasn't done anything so egregious that I'm like, oh, I don't want him to succeed at all. No, I don't find him to be that. So for me, you sound like that. Like it's like I don't feel Cardi B has done anything that would make me be like, oh, I don't fuck with her. No. In the same way that's like a Nicki Minaj. I don't fuck with Nicki Minaj now. I used to, but her being MAGA and getting on that turning point stage, saying what she said, I don't fuck with her no more. That was egregious enough for me. The tables had turned. I haven't projected any passion. You are the one. We wasn't even talking about whether we talking about hair, and you wanted me to know that Cardi B, you want her not to succeed. I was talking about this lady comparing Beyonce's real hair and Cardi B's hair. You said I want her to fail. If that's not passion, you want this lady to fail. If that's not passion, I don't know how am I projecting passion on you? You said that. And then you passionately said that I am that I have a what did you say? Parasocial relationship as if your hate for her is not parasocial. That's you are the one who adding passion to the conversation. I'm not the one adding any kind of passion. But I am responding to you, and you're saying that I am adding passion. You are adding passion. This person has a parasocial relationship with you. I don't understand, babe. I really don't understand. You are adding passion. You have a passion for your dislike of Cardi B because something that she has done. I would actually like you to tell me, what has she done that makes you passionately dislike her? Or since you're saying there's no passion, what? Because wanting someone to fail feels very passionate. I want you to fail. That's very passionate. I don't know. I don't. People who I want to fail, there's a passionate reason why I want them to fail. I don't know. So, but what has Cardi B done, just for the sake of conversation? What has Cardi B done to you that makes you parasocially feel that you want her to fail? Because this is what you said. What has Cardi B done that makes you feel fail miserably? Yes, I forgot that language. Fail miserably. We got to add that adjective to fail. You want her to fail miserably. We got to add that adjective because that adjective is real passionate. So, what has Cardi B done to you that affected your life where you want her to fail miserably? I want to hear that tea. I want to know. Because maybe it's some tea that I don't know. Maybe it's some tea that I don't know because I don't know her in real life. So it might be something that I missed. I want to know that tea. What's the tea that makes what's the tea? And that may be true. Great. Okay, so you sarcastically, honestly, it was sarcastic. It was a joke. It's playful. So tell me now, what has she done where you want her to fail miserably, sarcastically, playfully? Even though I'm somebody who believes there's truth in jest. There's some truth in jest. But who? You playfully said it. What has she done? So are you somebody who believes that Afro-Latina people are not black? So Dominican people can't be black? Okay, well then that's where we differ. We just have a I don't argue with people about that, so cool. Okay. But I think that that's where I can see why you're passionate. I can see why you're passionate about that. A non-black woman. I can see where all that passion comes from. Because if it was a non-black woman to me doing all the things that Cardi has done, maybe I would feel the same. Maybe, but we just live in different worlds. What? Not we live in different worlds. We live in worlds where our perspective are so different. Because I think you're lying. You literally, how are you not passionate about a non-black woman attacking black women and demeaning them? You should be passionate about that. You're not being sarcastic about your dislike from her. So you're not really being sarcastic. You really do want a non-black woman who is demeaning and hating on black women to fail. That's not sarcastic. That's real. You should be passionate about that. I'm passionate about that. I just don't consider Cardi not black. I consider her Afro-Latina, and I believe that's black. So I do think you're passionate about your dislike for her. I don't think it was you. Once you start getting some pushback, you start being like, "Oh, I was just kidding. I was just sarcastic. I was just joking." Honey, you're not about to gaslight me. That's a masculine patriarchal tactic that I've lived through many times, where niggas is like, "Oh, I was just kidding. I was just kidding," when they really meant what the fuck they said. I was being, playful and sarcastic. Girl, ain't nobody stupid. Then you go on to say, "Oh, I don't like Cardi B because her core fan base is black women and she's on socials demeaning and attacking them." Why are you not passionate about that? You should be passionate. You shouldn't have been playing or sarcastic about that. That is something serious. Why are you sarcastic about that? Why would you be sarcastic about that? That's something you should be offended by if you think she's a non-black woman doing that. So, which is it? Were you being sarcastic or were you not? I think you were being real. You just switched it up once people started pushing back. That's a classic nigga tactic to me. And I'm used to it, so I'm just clocking it. I'm just verbalizing it. You might be not used to people verbalizing it. But you can't run around my mind in circles because I'm not dumb. You play that game with your stupid whoever you date. Play that game with them. You can't play it with me. Right. Right. There's no sarcasm in your dislike. You want the woman who the non-black woman who demeans black women, her fan base, to succeed. If it was me, I wouldn't want her to succeed. I want her to fail miserably too. Because that was the clash in our opinion, was that I want her to succeed and you want her to fail miserably. And then you said I was being parasocial because I wanted her to succeed. So all of this seems like it's not sarcasm. It seems like it's real. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I feel like I want to go back to my original point. It was not about Cardi B's race, Cardi B's Cardi B's I don't know what that is about, but my parasocial relationship with Cardi B. I am talking about Beyonce. And how this lady is comparing Beyonce and claiming that Beyonce is lying about her hair. And so I said, this lady, there's no reason for this lady not to have long hair. It reminded me of that moment when Chris Rock was claiming that Oprah hair was fake. Remember when he went on her show, when he did that documentary about good hair? And he said, and Oprah was like, this is all my hair, baby. And she let him feel in her hair, no tracks, no nothing. This is all my hair. Listen, why would you think Oprah, billionaire Oprah, didn't have real hair? Now, in the beginning, somebody's in the beginning of their career, maybe. But we know Beyonce has been in the community long enough, in the limelight long enough, to where why wouldn't she? Why would she need to lie about that? That it feels silly. But especially Beyonce. Beyonce grew up in a household of hair care. She's not some regular person figuring hair out. She grew up with a cosmetologist, salon owning mama. She makes enough money. So not just that. She had a hair full of hair when she was young. Miss Tina has went live and showed her doing Beyonce's hair, pressing Beyonce's hair out. Her mama didn't just do hair, her employed other beauticians. So not only was she already trained with hair care, just as a little girl, how to take care of your hair on her own, already trained. She didn't have to figure it out through YouTube tutorials. She is already trained by her mother to take care of her hair. Then she becomes rich at 17, 18. She becomes like in the limelight. So now I got money and budgets for hair care professionals. And then I become super, super rich off of my success. And I have enough money to bring the best of the best in on my time. Not just the best of the best, but on my time. They can come to my house. They can come to my shows to do a wash, condition, a braid down, or whatever I need to do to protect my hair. I got the best products. I got the best people, and doing it on my own time as many times as I want. Why would Beyonce not have real hair if she wants it? It's just ridiculous. It just seems ridiculous. It feels kind of weird. It feels like what? But I think that goes back to the parasocial. I think that goes back to people having parasocial hate. I think people, it don't matter what some of these people do. It really don't matter. They're going to find something. They're going to find something. Who spends millions on wigs just to be fucking bald underneath? That. That part too. Hey, Matt, how are you? Welcome back. And it's not like we don't be seeing her hair. This bitch is on vacation all the time with that hair, with that cloud bob out. On a yacht. Paparazzi stealing pictures. Not stealing pictures, but sneaking, taking pictures while she's on the yacht in the middle of Italy with that cloud bob out, blowing in the wind. Well, we got an update on the oh, I think this is cute. So what's y'all opinions of Taj? First of all, Taj ass is fine. But I be feeling like people be trying to force people out the closet. Girl, why do people have to affirm their queerness? Listen, this is the thing about it. He got the Tamara gene in him. You think he like white boys? Mm-hmm. But has he even came out and said he queer? Like, I don't follow him like that, but has he even said it? And do y'all think people should have to? Now, I don't think people should have to, but this is what I don't like. It kind of annoys me. And I feel like this may be problematic. But sometimes y'all be giving people like awards and life and all kinds of stuff. And they've been in the game. They've been hiding their queer for decades. And all of a sudden, they come out the closet or they're forced out the closet. And now all of a sudden, they a gay icon. I don't like that. That annoys me. Now all of a sudden, I felt this kind of way about Queen Latifah, y'all. No shade. Where it's like, now I live for Queen. I live for Queen. And I love it. But I need them to be out for a while before you get to giving them queer icon status. It's like, They've been hiding in the closet for 27 years, and all of a sudden, they're an icon. Niecy Nash, yes. Now all of a sudden, they're a queer icon, and they've been out for 2 weeks. Girl, that make me. It might be me being jaded and bitter or something. I don't know, but it does make me feel some kind of way. I do. I be like, now, bitch. They getting GLAAD awards, and they just came out last week. Wayne Brady. He said he ain't even had sex with a dude. His ass said he ain't even had sex with a dude. And he talking about, I just accepted the label because I have had those feelings. You ain't even got no dick, and you a gay icon? Child, get out of my face. Get out of my face. I'm not playing with y'all. Baby, when that man who that's what he said on, so who was interviewing him? Was it Jason Lee? He told Jason Lee he didn't even get no meat yet. Kendra R2G, Diamond Girl, you played on Xbox 360 back in the day. I still play on Xbox. I did stop, but I still play. I've been back on Xbox for a while now. I stopped when my son died because it reminded me of my son too much, so I had to stop. It was not helping my grieving. But yes, I'll be on Xbox. Yes, so I'll still be on there. Child in this toddler stage of queerness. Yes, child. That was wearing me out. That'd be good. I don't like that. I'm gonna need Wayne to hop on OnlyFans and earn that position stat. Crazy work. How are they legends? Child, I feel that. I feel some kind of way. I do. I feel like you got to be out for a couple of years. Like you got to be out and in community, openly. But then there is a nuance. So okay, so let's add some nuance to it. We knew Queen Latifah was a lesbian. We knew she was dyke and child. So does that count? Because we knew why she was hiding it. So does that count? And then some people that we think of kind of like queer icons, they never came out, like Luther Vandross. So does that count? Does that count? Okay, yeah. I felt like Cleo was an iconic queer character. That was her contribution. So does that count? If Queen Latifah gave me some pushback and said, girl, yeah, I had to be in the closet because I wouldn't have been as successful as I was, but y'all knew the tea. I didn't try to hide the tea. Y'all motherfuckers who knew. If she said that, I'd be, all right, Queen, got you. Okay. I see what you was doing. Okay, cool. I'll fuck with her. I'd be like, cool. But okay. You saw that set it off. You saw Khadijah. Khadijah wasn't giving you high film like that. Yeah, they put me in a relationship with Scooter. You know how that worked. But you can't tell me she wasn't giving you Khadijah the lesbian of the show. For sure. I get it. That makes sense. Okay, cool. If she gave me some pushback like that, I'll let Queen make it. I'll let her make it. My parasocial love of Queen Latifah. I'm giving her grace because our parasocially love her. I'm shading. What's your name? Let me go up here so I can see the name again. Vengeful emo. I'm playful. I'm sarcastically shading you. Diamond, would you date a lesbian? No, I would not date a lesbian because I'm not a lesbian. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, though. If I meet an amazing cisgender woman that is aggressive and knocks me off my feet, baby, I am ready for love. Why are you hiding from me? If she's amazing, and this is the thing about it also too, for somebody who is out of my scope of attraction to get me, there has to be a level of persistence and aggression. And I don't think it's fair to them to keep on trying. You get what I'm saying? But there has to be a level of I've had women flirt with me and it never dawned on me. And they said they was flirting. I was like, what, girl? You was? But I also think that women flirt differently than men. And so I don't be knowing all the time. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with my damn eyebrows. My eyebrows, first of all, they need to be shaved, but I'm getting like dandruff fucking in my damn eyebrow, like little dry spots. I hate that shit. I don't know if it's the weather, because for some reason today has been pretty unusually cold. It's fucking April. We don't really be having cold weather past March. But I get like really dry skin, like right here on my nasolabial folds and right here on my eyebrows. So like when it's cold, like for some reason, like when it's cold, my skin is drier. I guess I don't know what it is, but it flakes like right here, like this whole where my finger is rubbing. This whole area will be like just dry and peeling, where I have to do like an exfoliating thing, and it'll be here in my eyebrows. It annoys the fuck out of me. UV rays maybe, but I ain't been outside, child. I ain't been outside in the sun for it to be for it to be doing that. Sounds like eczema. That happens to me. I don't know. Maybe. I just know it be wearing me out. It be right here and it be flaking. And then I'll do my little exfoliant and it'd be cool for like a while. But for some reason, but usually it don't happen in the summertime. Like when it's hot, it never does that. But when it's cold, it does that. It's annoying. So you need women to come to you and be like, "What's happening, baby girl? You mine now," basically. No, so you can't be. It has to be. That's probably why it hasn't happened yet, because the dance that it has to be. First of all, I think I had to have this conversation with this trans man. Let me read it. Let me read the message with this trans man. So this trans man, he slid in my DMs. Now, I was married to a trans man. We was married for way longer than we dated. We dated for like 3 weeks. But one of the reasons why I can't date a trans man is because I don't have time navigating your dysphoria and mine. No. And sometimes I'm toxic, and I might call you a bitch ass nigga. And if you turn that into some transphobic shit, when you told me to treat you like I would a cis man, and sometimes I call them bitch ass niggas. You want to be treated like a cis man? When cis men are acting like bitch ass niggas, I call them bitch ass niggas. And so you can't claim that I'm transphobic, and you can't claim that I'm emasculating you. Fuck you. Stop being a bitch. And so now all of a sudden I'm transphobic because I gotta navigate your trans identity when you being a bitch and I'm calling you a bitch. I don't like that. I don't like it. But y'all think I'm being problematic, but the shade, this is the shade. The shade is, y'all, this is the clock this tea. The reason, this is why we broke up in like 3 weeks. So the reason why I called him a bitch was because we were having a conversation about either it was domestic violence or it was some kind of statistic, okay? Some kind of statistic that I, based on my education, formal and informal, I was an expert of. I know this statistic quite well because of the work that I do. And so he says something that was statistically wrong. So when he says it, I say, no, that's not actually correct. Statistically, blah, 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 blah. This nigga said that was my masculine self coming out because I corrected him. He said that a real woman, listen to this language that I'm telling y'all. He says that a real woman, a real feminine woman, real woman would have not been so aggressive with correcting him. My tone was condescending. I was like, nigga, first of all, get the fuck out of here. You acting like a bitch. Oh, see, you emasculating me, calling me bitch. You just called me a man because I corrected you. What the fuck are you talking about, bruh? Fuck you. You a bitch. You acting like a bitch right now. What are you talking about? That is misogyny that you're doing. What are you talking about? You literally saying that's my man coming out because I corrected you because you was wrong? You don't want women to correct you? That's misogyny and transphobia. But all of a sudden, I call you a bitch. I'm the transphobic, emasculating tranny. Bitch, as soon as that happened, no more trans men. Check. No more trans men. All right, have a wonderful day. Good luck with that. Take you and your micro peen on to the cis women and the cis men and trans women that fetishize you, because y'all my people, so I can be real with y'all. And I'm not trying to be problematic. I'm just trying to say what I feel. So if you take it wrong, it is what it is. I'm just being honest. And sometimes you got to say honest stuff. If I get canceled, that's fine. That's okay. That's the blessing of doing what I want to do, because I don't have to worry about. I'm like the rich people. I ain't worried about getting canceled because I'm still going. I can go out here and suck some dicks if I need to survive. Anyway, the honest to God truth is, I think about vaginas in the way that I think about breast. Breast, when I see breast, I don't look at breast and be like, oh my God, them titties are so fat and big and juicy. I just want to suck on them. I want to put my peen in between them and oh, them titties. Da, da, da. Breasts are not a sexual turn on for me. I don't look at breasts and be like, oh my God, them are some pretty titties. I just want to do something to them. They don't incite sexual thoughts for me. Even if I see a beautiful pair, when I see a beautiful pair of breasts, I be like, damn, what kind of bra she be using? Damn, where she get her bikinis at, tops at? Damn, who did her boob job? Or if they natural, damn, them some pretty ass titties. They don't incite me to sexual fantasy. And that's how I think about vagina. I'm not attracted to women. But, I know that if I am in a relationship with somebody with titties, somebody with a vagina, I know that how my brain works in regards to sexuality, I am turned on sexually by the response of my partner more than anything else. If I can get a good, pleasurable response out of you, I am going to be turned on. So even though I don't like vagina, I don't like titties. Well, I don't say I don't like, I'm not turned on by those things. If I suck your breast and you give me a pleasurable response, I'm going to be into sucking your titties because, oh, you like that, don't you? That's how my brain works. So even though it doesn't, the visual of a vagina and titties don't spark sexual fantasies, I know that if I'm in a situation with a woman or with a person with a vagina or titties, I know that I'm going to be into pleasing them if I get the response that I want from it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to go all in and eat, even though I ain't thinking about eating no pussy, but I'm going to try to do the best I can with eating the pussy if I'm getting the response that I want out of you. If I'm getting the response. Actually, the first time I ever been turned on by the idea, I told this story before, but if you're new here, I'll tell you again. So my first time ever being even turned on remotely by the idea of a female body person, like many millennials, I was young watching the HBO show called what's it called? What's the sex show? Is it not Real World? Not Real World. What's the classic sex show on HBO? Real Sex, yes. Real Sex. I was watching Real Sex, and one of their episodes is called The Cat House, and it's where it was where they were going into the cat house, which was a brothel type of place, and they were charging the tricks to come in, and they was teaching them how to do oral sex. So they would teach them a lesson about the anatomy of the vagina, and then each one of the class who taking the class would take one of the hoes to a private room and eat the pussy to show what they learned and have the sexual experience of eating pussy. Maybe, I don't remember exactly what it was, but I think it was like the Bunny Ranch. And so I'm in my living room, and my first mind about this scenario is, wow, these hoes is making money. Because in my brain, I'm just thinking about it from a perspective of being an escort, because I was a sex worker at the time. And I'm like, these bitches is really teaching a class on how to eat pussy. I wish the trannies get together and we create a house like this and we teach these tricks how to suck dick. Like, damn, this is a hustle. Why we ain't did that? Why we running around solo trying to be Beyonce instead of being in the group? We need to be involved. We need to be trying to make money off these niggas. So that's what I'm thinking about, the hustle of it. So they get to the part where they are, now it's time to do what they supposed to do, like what you learned in the little class, how to eat pussy. So now the camera is not showing the actual coochies, but the camera is showing him doing it and her response to it. And the way she was responding to him eating her cat, baby, my ding-a-ling got hard as a brick. Cause the sound of it, the just the response, the excitement of it. I was like, what is this? What is this? I've never heard this before. Oh my God, what is this? I might need to experience this. I want to make somebody do that. What's going on? What is going on, Ida? What is this feeling? I've never experienced this before. Oh my God, darling. What is this? So that was the first time that I was turned on by the thought of vagina. The thought of eating coochie, doing something to a coochie. I was like, oh, now I think I'm in my 20s. I think I'm like 25 or 26, somewhere around there. So I'm like, oh, I've never experienced it before. So imagine, I ain't never been turned on by no woman or anything like that. My whole life, it's always been boys, 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 boys. And then this moment, alone in a dark room, the TV, only light in the room is a TV. And it was unexpected. I didn't know it was about to happen because I'm thinking about the hustle of it. The whole time I'm watching the show, I'm not thinking about the coochies. I'm thinking about the hustle. That's literally what I'm thinking about. And baby, when the do start to do, it started to do. So I was like, okay, well, interesting. That was an interesting bodily response. You get what I'm saying? So it's a mental note in my brain. Fast forward to maybe like, I want to say maybe like 3 years after that. I have this dream. I still remember the dream. I'm in this mansion. I'm in this like old, maybe like Victorian mansion. It's like an old mansion. It's a fireplace. And I walk into this room and I'm coming. The reason why I'm there is I'm coming to see this piece of trade. And I'm looking around and I'm kind of scared, like, because it's a big, scary mansion place. Like scary mansion. Like if you ever seen the movie called Saltburn, you need to watch Saltburn. It's really good. Saltburn, or if you ever seen Handmaid's Tale, the house that June had the baby in, had Nicole in. That house when she was running away and stuck in the house, having a baby on her own. That house reminds me of that. Just think about those big mansionese houses. And it's dark. There's a fireplace going, and I'm coming to see a piece of trade. And he leads me into this room, and I can't see. It's this big ass couch, or not love seat, but like a couch with a wide back, like big and wide, like this. So I see the fireplace light, but I can't see over the couch for the fireplace. And so, I can't see over the couch to see the actual flames, but I see the light shining on the dark room. And I see him over in the chair. So when I walk up, I'm like, what's going on? It's now, you know how you're in a situation where you're like, ooh, what's going on? So I feel my body, and this is a dream. I feel my body get kind of nervous. Like, am I being set up? Like, what's going on? And so when I come around the couch, on like a bear skin rug in front of the fireplace is the bodies of 16 women. And they are moving like they're turned on. Like, you know, everybody is next to each other and on top of each other. Think about it. It looks like a blob of women's bodies, of women touching themselves, playing with themselves. Just think about a cluster of women's bodies gyrating and turned on and moving and oiled up and touching. And so I'm like, what the hell did I just walk into? What is going on here? And I look at him, he starts smiling and he does his hand like this. Join. And so I'm like, okay, remember, this aligns with my whole fantasy. He's sitting on the seat watching us play with ourselves. So I turn around and think about falling in a pool. I don't understand why my dream was having me do this. But I turn around and I fall back on the women's bodies like I was falling in a pool. And I joined the blob of women's bodies. It's a dream, y'all. I joined. So think about, I don't know if y'all ever play like the blob, like a big blob, but it's women's bodies. And so now my body is a part of the blob of women bodies. And so now I'm taking my hand and I'm rubbing the oiled up bodies. I feel their hands and their thighs and their titties and their stomach and their bodies rubbing up against my bodies, touching. And then I put my hand in between one of their legs. I'm going to need you to tap into your porn film direct bag. This shirt, this convo is Kiki and me. So I reach down and I reach into one of their legs and I don't feel anything. So I look over and in her area where it's supposed to be a vagina, it is a dry tree hole. Have you ever seen like a hole that like owls and shit live in a tree that's like, it's an opening, it's a slit open, but you go in there, it's like it's like a hole in a tree that usually like animals or birds live in it, or raccoons sometimes. In the middle of her legs was like a dry cavity. It wasn't a vagina. It looked like a hole in a tree. And I look down and I open her legs and I see that. And then I go to the next girl and I open her legs. She has the same hole. And I just frantically go to all the girls that I'm in the kablob with and I'm opening their legs and they are these dry, cavernous holes in their legs. And so now I'm panicking because I'm trying to get up out the blob and I can't get out the blob because my body is a part of the blob, so I can't fucking move out of the blob. But now I'm realizing that nobody has a vagina. Is everybody has a gaping dry hole. And I can't get out of it. And so it went from a super, super erotic moment to a nightmare. Is this a dream? Yes, this is a dream. And so I wake up out of the dream and I'm like, oh. Diamond, do you remember T.S. Eve? Rest in peace to her. Did you watch her corn videos or do you know her? I wonder. I know Eve. I know of Eve. She's Madison's mother. I knew her before. I knew of her before I knew of Madison because Eve was like the early days trans porn girls. I do not watch trans porn. Because the transsexual body does not turn me on. That's why when somebody early said, could I be with a trans woman? No, I'm not a bitch that like titties at the top and dick at the bottom. As I feel like Tina Turner's mama, I'm the only sinner in this house. I'm the only tranny in this house. I'm not really I'm not into trans women at all. No. Yeah. Not you fucking with Spriggans. It was very that. It was very that, bitch. No bumping purses. Well, sometimes I bump a purse like a butch queen purse. You know, if a butch queen is masculine enough, you know, I mess with a butch queen. That's still a man, honey. When he take them heels and that makeup off, that's still a nigga. You know who I'm actually super, super attracted to? That is surprising that I'm attracted to them. Monet, the drag queen. When they are out of drag, they are so sexy to me. When they are out of drag, I be like, you kind of got a little something going on that I'll play with, honey. Monet Exchange, honey. I'll play with Monet. Monet out of drag be giving me a little life. Ooh, I be getting my life. I be like, ooh. Him and this may be a surprise, but I think they sexy. Him and Jasmine Masters. Yes, Monet Exchange out of drag. Sexy to me. Super, super sexy. And Jasmine Masters, when they be that in a boy aesthetic, I be like, wait a minute. It's a little trade under there or something. It's something in there that's a little I might want to get up in it. Jasmine and Monet Exchange, yes. When they're in their boy aesthetic, they both got them raspy voices. Yeah, them voices is, yes, give it out to me. But they lips, you know, I'm a sucker for lips too. Jasmine reminds me too much of Funky Dineva. No. They don't remind me at all of each other. Saucy Santana, no, thank you. No. They have to have a certain level of beauty and a beauty and aesthetic that I like. So for me, you know, I like black men with big lips. I like dark-skinned black men. I like naps. I like if somebody got what the old school black folks would call good hair, I'm probably not gonna like them. Any type of that, I need you to have naps. I need you to be unambiguously black. So yes. So yeah, there's some I bump some purses with some. I've like sometimes I'll be on Jack, and I done had Jack. Sometimes the butch queens who are curious about trans women, if they have a masculine aesthetic that I'll end up having them because I'm just in a horny mode and ready to have somebody, and they horny and ready to have somebody, and so we hook up. And I have a particular expectation on my Jack. And if we fit, then we fit. So I done had a bunch of butch queens slide in my DMs and we mess around. So I'm not, and they men, so it's not like. But I think recently somebody said on Facebook, let me read it. Let me damn, it's storming outside. Y'all hear that lightning? So here's yeah, that was lightning. It's lightning storming outside. Do you like any drag kings? Child, I don't even know any drag kings by name. I don't really be paying attention to them like that. So this D Carter, this is old. He put this out on April the 6th. So this is old. Mother or horror, Monroe, baby. Storm, honey. As a trans woman, why are you on Jack? That's what this Butch Queen put on his status. Not Diamond, can I twerk on your head? What? No. He says, as a trans woman, why are you on Jack? So this was my response to him saying, why are you on Jack? I said, not only do the trade come on there looking for us, also, while it's not the norm, do Butch Queens like trans women? Not all the time. It's not the norm. I wouldn't say that it's the norm. But it is some Butch Queens that are curious about trans women too, just like the trade. And they will, on a late night creep type of deal, gobble our meats and let us rattle them sugar cabinets down. So while, I know you think the Jack is for the Butch Queens, and generally, yes, but Jack and Grindr is also, when you search for LGBT apps, they're going to come up. And so when the boys is looking for us, that's why you see in some of their profiles, trans only, they will go on them apps because it's not a lot of apps specifically for us. So, so sometimes you'll be on there and the trade will be there. And then sometimes the Butch Queens will be sliding to your DM saying, hey, we trying to see what's going on. Thanks, Wade. Honey, the sugar cabinets get rattled. You got to sometimes they want some stuff knocked up in there. And they don't mind that you got titties at the top and dick at the bottom, especially if you got a nice piece, because Butch Queens love a nice piece, regardless of who it's attached to. And you see how the Butch Queen can mess with one of the girls and still associate with being gay? The trade can do that too and still associate with being straight. Maybe. I don't know. Some of them love titties. Yeah. I remember the first time I went to Nunu's house. Nunu, the YouTube Nunu, your boy Nunu. Honey, I was on his Blog Talk TV, and honey, he was sucking on my titties. And Nunu gay as hell. He loved boys. But he loves sucking on titties too. He sucked on my titties the first night I met him. We were on Blog Talk TV, baby, with titties out and titties in mouth. Sometimes they play. So Butch Queens are men. Yes, Butch Queens are it's just another word for gay men. Just a ball scene word for gay men. I missed that episode. It wasn't a video. We were on live. It never was out. We were on his live on his Blog Talk. Remember when Blog Talk TV they had that live? I don't know. It's like 2012. Was it 2012? It might have been even earlier than that. I can't remember. It was around the time that I did my first interview with him. But I went to the house and we recorded the interview, and then we went on live and we were just cutting up. It was the first time that I met Africano Boy, because he walked in with him sucking our Blog Talk TV. Yes, he walked in on Nunu sucking my titties. Brian was like, "What is going on?" Had to be 2009. Yeah, somewhere around there. It might not be in 2012. It might have been earlier than that. Whenever we did our first interview. But yeah, child. Sometimes the Butch Queens love us. Sometimes the studs, well, we can't call them studs no more, because if they like meat, There ain't no stud. That's what the girl said. So we gotta switch our language up. I don't want to disrespect the lesbians because they're the most inclusive girlies in the world. I'm being sarcastic. Parasocial. That's what the lesbian said. The lesbian said if you are bisexual, you are no longer the L. And stud means black, masculine, lesbian. So if you are taking me, having sex with men, you are no longer a lesbian. You are the B. In the LGBT, you are the B. That's what they said. That's what we had the conversation earlier, but that's what they said. So, girl, I know the bisexual masculine girls be having the trans girls too. Now, when I was growing up, they was chasing me. Oh, this is what I didn't go into, Angel. What I did. So, why I give you all that backstory about how the vagina has infiltrated my sexual desire. So I don't have an innate attraction to vagina, but I could if a person pursued me in a way that made me feel like that girl. Like if they pursued me aggressively, usually because of my demeanor, women who are attracted to me don't pursue me aggressively. They be like, "Oh, Diamond don't like women," which is not true. But if I meet that unicorn that I am the one for them and they go after me, then I'm like, "Oh, I might explore this." But I'm usually never in those situations where I am even considered exploring it. Usually, this thunderstorm is active, ain't it? It's really wearing it out. I'm like, girl, what's your tea? You is loud, girl. So Diamond is Diamond is I fart on your face and show you my vagina. Will you be happy? Oh, yeah, you are being weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. What was going on with that person? Like, what's going on? Have a great day. I don't know if I gave the impression that I would think that was cute. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, so yeah, if a person pursued me in a way that was affirming and consistent, because I'm probably not gonna be able to clock it. I'm probably not going to be able to clock that you are, because when cis women, especially if you are femme, now when you a butch lesbian, oh God, I have a lot. This is the problem, Angel. I have a lot of I got a lot of stipulations, and a lot of people don't fit those stipulations. So I'm not really. You can't be. You have to have a certain aesthetic. You can. I'm not turned on by them lesbian with the childbearing hips and the big old titties. You got more shape than me, bitch. Gone. I need you to be one of them boxy lesbians, them boxy strong, lesbians with the broad shoulders and the abs. You out here strapped looking like when you get naked and you looking like you work at Chocolate City, that's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be I ain't gonna be it's gonna be like, what's going on, babe? I'm gonna be thinking like, girl, you can't be no, not no trans man, because them trans men be shaped like they work in Magic City too. Some of them, not all of them. They be, you take them clothes off, it be like, God damn, what's going on? It's a live body under there. I don't know. I'm attracted to masculinity, so it's just a bunch of stipulations that I just don't feel anybody. It's going to be such a rare unicorn to get me to deal with a person with a vagina. It's such a rare unicorn that I would have to find. They have to be physically attractive. They have to have the personality that's aggressive enough to pursue me. This I have this problem with cis men. So let me add this layer. I'm just a weird ass bitch. So let me add this layer too. So take lesbian out of it. I have a problem with dating cis men because I like cis men to be aggressive, like typical hood patriarch men. But once we get to having sex, I like him to be submissive. And it's hard to find a man who has the type of aggression that I'm turned on to that can switch to being submissive. I found it, but usually a submissive man wants you to be aggressive, and then he continues to be the submissive. He likes the girls that come after him and da 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 da. And usually the aggressive man, he wants to be the dominant, da 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 da. He wants to. It usually is like that. And remember, like I said the other day, I am not somebody who is rooted in dominance and submission, but it's about, because I'm a pleaser, I want you to lay back and be pleased. And that's what I mean. Not I'm dominating you, but I don't want you to be aggressively dominant to me. I want to be in control of, you lay down and I just please your body. And it's hard to navigate people who have that dominance and submissive kind of thing with me, because I like to control the stuff, not in a dominant way, in a I'm a pleaser, so I want you to lay back and get pleased. So I need to control the setting and control what's going on. Whereas a dom person, they usually an aggressive dom dude, they don't really switch good enough. As a cis woman, I love privately submissive men. Diamond dysphoria, period. Yes, I ain't seen none like that. The one I seen beard longer than mine. Oh, baby, if you ain't seen trans men that's built like a brick shit house, you ain't around enough trans men, baby. They be having hips and ass down. Top surgery, tops be flat, but them thighs be Ronnie from Players Club. Baby. You remember when Ronnie was in that red bikini suit and the red cowboy hat when she was doing her thing and she was shaking into, baby, that they be giving that, and that turns me off. So I want you to give the trade. You know, it gotta give, honey. I used to run track or something. Like I run track, I got the abs. Give me Sha'Carri Richardson. Give me them kind of shapes. You know, she put on girl clothes and she's giving tranny. that kind of shape. Because there are some cis women who they built like little niggas. So when they put on them little dress, it still be giving. Are you assigned female at birth or no? It's still giving, honey. I done popped one moon and I just started 2 weeks ago. Giving papoose type, period. Clarissa Shields. But Clarissa Shields, I think her body is cute. Yeah. No. I'm trying to think of moments that I was attracted to, like, women. There's this stripper, this stud stripper that used to strip at all the places that was super sexy. Her name is Juice Box. Let me see if I can find Juice Box. Juice Box. Let me see if I can find her. Yep, her name is Juice Box. Her name on the Oh yeah, this is exactly. Oh, I love that they have this up. I was literally in this crowd, and this is exactly the moment where I was turned on by her. Y'all, this is a gag that I'm looking for her and find the exact moment. So this is the video of Juice Box. I'm at the club in that moment, right? Like in that moment, I'm at the club and I'm like, God, Juice Box is fine. Not One True Media. That's created by One True Media. That's such a classic. I'm literally God. Big Yo's was so fun. God, this is so nostalgic. This is so nostalgic. What a time! I'm about to put that in the comments. What a time! This Big Yo's era. Oh my God. This was the era, bitch. Oh God, this was an era. Drake kind of give me those vibes you talking about. What vibes? No Surge, no CO. Right. This title is a key to me because I hooked up with a stud recently. Yes, y'all keep coming in because that means the title is working. I love that. So she not a stud, Maxwell. That wasn't a stud. That was just a bisexual woman. I'm gonna keep repeating it. A stud is a black masculine lesbian. If she is having sex with you, she is not a lesbian, because lesbian by definition is a woman who exclusively dates women. I'm going to keep repeating it because as people come in, they clocking that. So she is no longer a lesbian. So when she start having sex with men, she goes from the L to the B. So you are no longer a stud. You are just a masculine bi woman. That's what the lesbians say. I'm just clearing it up for you so you see it. That's what the lesbians are saying. You are no longer a lesbian when you start fucking with niggas. When you fuck with niggas, you are now bisexual. The LGBTQIA plus. But if she messing with you and you a boy, I don't know what you are. I think, ain't you a boy? I thought you was a boy. If she messing with you and you a boy, she is no longer a lesbian. The lesbian strict as hell. That's what they said. I don't know what, it's not my place to police their language. But what they said was stud is a particular cultural word. Whether they sneaking or hiding it or blah, 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 blah. If they are doing bisexual behavior, they are actually the B. They are no longer the L. And that makes sense. Sexual behavior. Yes, I'm aware. Okay. Sexual behavior doesn't always correlate with sexual orientation. I don't know what that means. Explain that to me. Because your sexual orientation lead to your sexual behavior. So explain that. You got to break that down for me. Break that down for me. Now, if you would have said sexual behavior don't always correlate with sexual identity, maybe I could run with that. But your orientation leads to your behavior. So I'm trying to explain that to me. If she's with a dude, she's not a lesbian. That's what the lesbians are saying. Because for you to be a lesbian, by definition, you are a woman who sleeps with women exclusively. If you sleep with men, you are now a bisexual woman. You are the B. And Angel said earlier, the reason why people don't want to identify with the B is because of biphobia. Why aren't you saying you're the B? You are not a lesbian. Lesbians are women who like women. That's by definition. Women who like women, lesbian. If you are sleeping with women and men, you are bi. You're not a lesbian. That's what the girls are saying. That's what they're saying, Maxwell. And so when the title says, can studs go both ways? It's just a catch. Can studs go both ways? No, because stud, by definition, the name is a trick question. By definition, studs are black, masculine, lesbian. They can't go both ways. Can a woman sleep with men and women? A masculine woman sleep with men and women? Yes. Then she will be a bi woman, not a lesbian. So even if you had Surge and you like women, you're not a lesbian. I'm not understanding. Explain it a little bit more. If you had Surge and you like women, you would be a lesbian. You would be, you're a woman. You like women. You deal with women. That's what, if you're a trans inclusive lesbian, yes, you're a woman. If you exclusively deal with women, you're a lesbian. Oh. Mm-hmm. But would the lesbian community consider you a lesbian? Some of them, not all of them. Some of them. Not all of them are inclusive. Maybe I'm conflating orientation with identity, but I don't think it's so strict, because how does that account for experimentation? If a man experiments, is he gay? Does he just have an experience? I think that's another conversation, but I think that's a good question that we have asked many times before. I don't consider experimentation in this conversation. I think if you consistently fuck niggas and women, you are bisexual. If you just tried it one time, girl, then you're not considered. I don't think that has any. I know plenty of lesbians that their first time was with a boy, but they don't like them no more. They don't like men no more, so they don't fuck with them, and they still lesbians. I don't think it's about never having done it. I think it's about if you consistently are fucking with men and consistently fucking with women, you are bisexual. If you're open to all of that going on, you are bisexual. That's what it is. Bisexual, pan, whatever, how y'all want to do it, if y'all don't want to do the binary. But I think what they're saying is that by definition, a stud is a lesbian, a black masculine lesbian. So just like they like, honey, if you white, you're not a stud. A stud is a black masculine lesbian. That's the debate that the lesbians are having. That's what I'm seeing. And I thought it was an interesting conversation to just start this one. What other tea? Oh, I remember when I was younger. So I had a group of lesbians that I was cool with. So it was a couple of white ones, a couple of black ones. A lot of femmes, a lot of studs, a lot of stems. And they were separate from my like trans and gay men group. They never really overlapped. Some of them did, but they never really overlapped. So when I was hanging out with my lesbians, I usually was the only assigned male person there. Usually, not all the time, but 9 times out of 10, I was usually the only assigned male person there. And we hung out tough. They would come to my house, smoke and hang and be freaky. And it was always interesting. It was always interesting. Like I would see the straight girls who it would be their first time experimenting. I remember my homegirl Shauna. She came over to the house, and what do you call the white masculine lesbians? Butches. Yes. Yep, butches. The butches. That's what they are. That's what they said in the comments, and what the lesbians are saying, that stud is for black masculine lesbians and butch is for white masculine lesbians. And dyke is for them all. Dyke is everybody. Dyke is like faggy. It's been reclaimed. It can be, if it can be seen as a slur, but it's also commonly used as a, like, we all dykes, girl. It's commonly used as a term of endearment too. I don't know if it's endearing, but I don't know. I know I hear dyke being used by dykes. It's kind of like fag. Where, some people use fag as like a, we use it. Am I right or am I wrong? The D word is for all the other races of lesbian. I feel like dyke is the universal. I feel like dyke is, we all dykes. Like, not all, me including in that. No, I'm just saying they all use dyke. I feel like bull dagger is black too. Like, that's older black. Most young black people ain't using bull dagger, but I feel like bull dagger is older and black too. But I do remember reading some old books where even the white people were saying bull dyke or bull dagger. If that makes sense. But when I don't really see lesbians saying bull dagger. Like, white, not lesbian. I don't see white people saying bull dagger. But I do remember some books saying bull dyke. Bull dagger too strong, like moon cricket. Moon cricket? Oh, what? What is a moon cricket? That sounds like racism. That sounds like a racial slur. What is moon cricket? I thought moon cricket was like a racial slur. What is that? A moon cricket? What is a moon cricket, child? Let me see what Google got to say. Okay, Google. What is moon cricket? Is that a racial slur?
Yes, moon cricket is a derogatory racial slur used against Black people. It originated in the United States, likely as a reference to the sound of crickets at night, implying a racist caricature related to skin tone and nighttime. Using this term is considered highly offensive and hateful.
Moon cricket. Nah, moon cricket. That's a little too. I knew it was a racial slur, but I ain't never associated with bull dagger. I'm like, moon cricket. Who is calling people moon crickets? Carpet munchers. Those were just funny names. Like muff divers. I remember them calling that. They would just be, people would say that and just be saying it to be funny because it sounds funny. Not the accidental racism. Why were they kikiing with these slurs? That is so crazy. Some slurs are so funny to me, like when the white people call Arab sand niggers. Oh my god, that is so funny to me. I never use that, but it's so funny when somebody say that. I be like, y'all, it's late. That is so funny to me. That is so funny. I'm like, really? That was cute. I even like on Handmaid's Tale when they call the kids, the gays, the gender traders. That is so funny. The gender traders. Is she a gender trader? You gender trader. Melon munchers on the Boondocks used to have me laid out. Melon munchers. Wow. It's hilarious because they don't think they're African. That is hilarious. That when they be feeling like they white supremacist bad, girl, I be like, girl, y'all is saying niggas. They don't like y'all, sweetie. Girl, they don't like y'all. They don't like y'all like that. They got names for y'all too. I call the, when I'm being problematic, the Patels, I call the musty monkeys. The Patels, I will give them. I mean, sometimes when I'm being problematic, when I'm in read mode, when I'm in read mode, honey, it ain't no rules in love and war. Ain't no rules, and we in war. I might say some things. But I don't mind you saying some things either, girl. Sometimes, honey, we're reading. Let's read. We're reading. Let's read. Let's read. The musty mob. Sometimes it's, we're reading. When we're at war, baby. And sometimes the atomic bombs get thrown. Ain't no rules in love and war. This is where we at. It's where we at. I just think sometimes it's funny. I think it's hilarious. Did I have anything else? Where are we at? Okay. I wanted to talk about P Valley, but I don't know if that was I heard about it, but I didn't go to a deep dive. I didn't know that one of the reasons why we hadn't got a new P Valley season was because Nikki Gilbert was suing them because she said they stole her idea. And she lost the case. The prayer line. I only heard that in my city. I didn't hear that nowhere else. But I live for the prayer line. I live for it. I thought it was perfect. Girl, she's standing in the prayer line. Girl, she's standing in the prayer line, girl. Who y'all talk about? Definitely be giving onion and cumin. Unapologetically. Unapologetic must. That's what be gagging me. It be unapologetic. it don't even be like I'm trying. It be unapologetic must. Like, this is, honey, this is my natural. This is how men and women supposed to smell, baby. This is natural. You washing it all your pheromones off. Not decolonized pits. Baby. Baby. I be like, I remember, I think 2013 or 14, I used to catch the bus to work, child. And them niggas would be standing. And you know, you gotta hold the thing so you don't fall, so your arms is up. And I would be standing next to him like, oh God. And it be in the morning. Like, it ain't even like you've been at work all day. And you've been at, it be in the morning. You must be in the morning. You this strong. We going to work, nigga. You just leaving the house. Unapologetic, baby. Baby, we in the morning. It's morning time, honey. It's morning time. You ain't even been at work all day. So you can't even give them the grace of, they've been at work all day. They about to go home and shower and do their thing. But you smell like a handful of these. All day. So you've been like this at work all day with your peers. With your peers. All day. All righty. Wait, somebody mentioned Will Smith. What was the context? I couldn't catch it. What's the context of Will Smith? Will Smith, I love him. He would be fun, I think. Angel said, what celebrity man gives you masculine but submissive vibes? No. Will Smith, I don't get that from Will Smith. I give Will Smith masculine, but he just get his booty ate. Will the type that, I like the stimulation of my booty hole, but I'm a regular nigga, but I get my ass ate sometimes or all the time. Who gives masculine but submissive? Celebrity. Tank. LeBron James. Ocho Cinco. Mm, Papoose. Definitely Papoose. You don't be with no butch ass women like Remy Ma and Clarissa and not be submissive. Definitely Papoose. He's another one I wanted. He looks fun as fuck. I know he's a sub in the bedroom. Who? Which one did I name? Y'all talk about Charlemagne? Charlemagne seems like a boring little dick nigga. He gives me little dick energy. Oh, Papoose? Yeah. Um, well, I'm trying to think of other people who I think are masculine but submissive. Do da, 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 da. Russell Williams, Russell Wilson. I don't think so. I don't get that from him. I get Bolivian patriarch. Benevolent. Benevolent. Is that how you say it? Bolivian. Benevolent patriarch. I do sing. Benevolent. Sorry, that is how you say it. Benevolent. Benevolent patriarch. That's what I get from him. Drake. I get corny ass nigga. I don't get submissive or dominant. I get corny ass nigga. Just corny. I get a boring session. That little skinny dagger of a meat. It ain't little, but it look like it'll get a nice size, but it looks like it's just a dagger, long and skinny. He looks corny. He looks like he does shit that he think other niggas do in the bedroom. He gives me corny. I don't live. I don't live for mm. I have a whole playlist of my music, Heels Be Things. If you go on my channel, there's a whole playlist of songs. Also, if you go on my SoundCloud, which I have linked, I have a whole playlist of my original songs that I wrote and sung. And then I have a whole playlist of me making covers of songs that I just made my own. Um, I think masculine men who I think are submissive. But yeah, I think Drake is a corny ass nigga. Yeah, I think he's corny. Um oh, masculine and submissive. The director, the new cute one. Sinners. What's his name? Um I feel like his wife be pegging him. Yeah, Ryan Coogler. Ryan Coogler, yes. Yes, I think he would be a masculine and submissive example to me. Do, 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 do. That is in my head. What is that song? It's an old song. MJB gives me secret cross dresser. Mm-mm. He's a munch. Who's a munch? Coogler. I can see Coogler being a Definitely much. Common, masculine but submissive. I find Common to be very boring. I don't find him. I don't know what about him. He doesn't give me high octane sexual energy. I don't know. Common gives me Hotep patriarch. Yeah, I don't know what Common gives. I don't find him attractive. But y'all know I have a light skin bias. I don't be finding light skinned niggas attractive like that. They all be corny. They might be rooted in some colorism. That's my problematic side coming out. I find light skinned niggas to be, oh, child. What is a munch? A munch is a man who loves to lay back and eat your coochie for hours and hours and hours, and that's all he needs to do is just eat it and go home. A munch, or your dingaling if you have a dingaling. Somebody who just takes pleasure in giving head and going home. They don't have to fuck. They don't have to do anything. They just a munch. I don't mind a light skinned dude. I don't mind them, but there are some biases that I have to work through. But I'm old now. When do you get to the age where you can't use I'm learning and growing and working through? And I think I'm getting to the age where that excuse ain't viable no more. It's getting kind of played. I'm growing and I'm learning. Bitch, you is almost 50. Bitch, you growing and learning, you almost 50. You ain't learned that. I think people be saying that just to get out, to skirt accountability. LeBron and Amy Schumer. Amy Schumer implied he was eating her out and she sent him home. Who? Ew, I didn't know that, T. Ew. Yuck. When did they start messing around? Was he single or was he messing with that woman's wife? That wife husband? This gyro meat and rice and onions and tomatoes. Oh, so good. I ain't never heard that. Is this an internet rumor, child? Y'all just be believing anything. Oh, child. I don't believe that. That story sounds like AI. I don't believe that. Amy Schumer, child. You got Savannah James. I'm not saying that they don't mess around with people who are beneath their wives. But you got Savannah James at home and you messing with Amy Schumer. Girl. Okay. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. She's not even a bad bitch like that. I don't believe it. Would you eat ass? Are you talking to me? Is that the question? You're asking me would I eat ass? You must. Was that a question for me or somebody else? Oh yeah, baby. Eating ass is like you asking me, do I French kiss? That's such basic sex. That's not freaky to me. That's normal. That's not for me. Eating ass, people who find eating ass to be like, ooh, I'll be looking at them like, what? That's like asking me, do I put seasoning salt on my meat when I'm cooking? Yeah. I mean, it's not good sex. It's not good food if you're not seasoning your food. I mean, it's not. I'm like, okay, yeah, I do. And I'm like, what? Do I eat ass? I'm not messing with nobody that don't eat ass or don't get their ass ate. And I don't have problems with like people. I don't mess with nasty, unclean motherfuckers. So men that I deal with are well groomed and bathed and fresh. And we've talked enough to know that if they want that ass play with, it need to be clean and fresh. And you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't ever run across, in my older years, dirty ass niggas. I attract clean, well groomed sugar cabinets. Because, honey, it's a tea party. We got to have clean sugar cabinets. There's this conversation about eating ass and black men. Is it, child? I don't have a vagina, and I ain't never met a nigga that don't eat pussy. Let me tell you that. I ain't never met a nigga that don't do oral sex. They may say that they don't do it, but I ain't never met one. Maybe me being trans just automatically puts me in a category to attract men who are freaky. But maybe that's what it is. You feel what I'm saying? Maybe that's what it is. But I ain't met too many motherfuckers that don't do oral sex. I don't know. These women that be with men that don't eat pussy at all, I just don't see how it could be. We would never get past first base. As soon as you tell me that, I'm rapping. It's a wrap. Let's call it. Let's get our check for this date. Let's get the check. Ooh. I've been at work all day. Can we wrap this up? Can we? Oh, how the time flies. Oh, how long we've been here? It seems like hours. It's been 20 minutes. Baby, soon as you say you don't do something that I like, oh, I don't eat ass, or I don't suck dick, or I don't. Oh, I'm glad. Good to know. So how about those cults? I'm going to switch to talking about subjects that ain't got nothing to do with sex. And if you keep going, I done been in a situation where I keep switching to subjects that ain't got nothing to do with sex. Oh, have you heard about these new birds that was discovered in the Amazon? They're so beautiful and bright blue, and they got a really unique mating call. Oh, baby. I'm always like, girl, what? We is not doing that. I'm never going to be in a situation where I'm dealing with anybody that don't please me how I want to be pleased. I'm heating up a piece. Oh my God, I gotta go. I gotta walk my turtle. I haven't worked her all day. Yeah, it's a tortoise, baby. It's gonna take me forever. But we take a couple of trips around the block and I need to get started. Can we wrap this up, baby? Can we wrap this up, baby? Let me wrap it up. That is not what we're doing. Yeah, we don't even yeah. If they been with me, they done suck some peace. That's the rules in this house. Now, I might not have gotten them sugar cabinets. Now, I might not have fucked them. But they definitely done gave some head. Because I ain't really into fucking like that. I will, like, if them cakes is looking right, it depends on how high my testosterone is. But you gotta give some head. They better ask Eric Huddy. They can't ask him because he's dead. But just so you know, you gotta, you don't necessarily gotta give me some buns, but you gotta give me some head. That is, head is my tea. You gotta give me some head. Them buns is kind of like, I want them if you don't want me to have them, kind of. Is that problematic? I'm not raping nobody. Let me make that clear. But I'm the type of person that if you like, oh, nah, I ain't doing that. I'm going to be like, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let me get up in them cakes. Why not? Don't give me no kind of no stupid reason. I'm gonna be trying to convince you. I would be trying to convince you to slide up in them yams. Can I get to the yams? Yams. Why not? Because it's usually on some, that's just gay. That's too gay. They be making excuses. You sucking some cock, baby. That's not gay. You just had my whole piece down to the balls in your mouth. That wasn't gay. That wasn't gay. I was ramming your throat and your tears were coming out your eyes because you were trying to suppress your gag reflex. You didn't feel gay then? Like that didn't feel gay at all? That should have felt gay. If we're talking about what's gay, what's not gay, that should have felt real gay. That should have felt real gay. But I can't get up in them yams for a little taste. Just a smidget. Just a smidget of a second. I can't get up in them yams. I feel like it's some type of internalized transphobia going on that I can't get up in them. I can't feel your walls. It's making me feel like a man. That's making me feel like a man. Like it's something about it that feels like transphobia. What's going on? Why are you here? If you're not willing to explore, baby, if you're not willing to explore, like why are you here? Why are you here, babe? Like why don't you go over to the cis women if you don't want to do no gay shit? You don't want to do no gay shit, baby? Just go to the cis girls. They got pussy. They're real straight over there. They're real straight over here. Over here, we're open. We're inclusive. What does who I love Mona from Don't Call Me White Girl. Come on. You came over to the dark side. Come on. You come over to the dark side, baby. It's toilet double toilet trouble over here, baby. We mix the cauldron, and your cakes is the cauldron. Come on. You know, it's Hogwarts over here, baby. Come through. Let Dumbledore teach you. Come through. Come over to the dark arts. Professor Snape. Professor of the dark arts. Come through. Why are you trying to be straight over here? This is where we explore and experience the pleasures of life. You know that G-spot is back there. Let me examine it. You know, by the end of the session, I done got into the yams. But the problem, when you open that up, they be wanting it all the time, child. And I don't be into it all the time. Once I get them, I don't be wanting to get them all the time. I be like, oh, child. Now I done turned you into a queen. I'm not turned on now. Now you always want me to get up in your yams. No, thank you. It's only sexy the first time. That's the toxic masculinity coming out of me. I only want to do virgins. Who that chocolate boy? Oh, you know how somebody looks sexy in the small picture and you zoom in and you like, ooh. I'm like, oh, you look sexy zoomed out, but zooming in, it's like, ooh, no, thank you. No, thank you. No, Diamond, you gotta be consistent. I tried to use a strap once. It was terrible. Too much work. Oh, that sounds like that's a lot of work. But also, I didn't think about it. So I'm not in lesbian sexual business, so I don't be knowing. But I be thinking like, y'all don't be feeling nothing. But I learned from my lesbian friend that I guess the way the strap pushes up against like the clit or something, there's some type of feeling there during the process. And I was like, oh, you can feel something, maybe not exactly, but I was like, oh, you can feel something. There's something about the strap bumping against the coochie part that I don't know. The way they describe it is some kind of pressure that's happening with the strap as they push the strap in and out, that there is some kind of friction happening on the coochie part. So I was like, oh, so you can feel something. It's not like, because at first I was like, you can't feel nothing with the damn plastic dildo. What's the point? Even though I understand role play and just the act of doing it being sexy, I get it. But I was like, but you can't really feel nothing. And like they be like, ooh, they want them to suck it. I'm like, what? What you feeling from the sucking, girl? Not my business, but I was like, girl, what? But recently, one of my friends was like, yeah, it's something they feel. They not in the way that a cis man feel or somebody a penis toter, but they feel something. I'm not sucking no rubber plastic. I don't know. I done did some shit. So I can't. I mean, it would be similar to me sucking a nigga finger after he done dug in my booty hole and me sucking it to be sexy, and it turned him on because I'm so nasty. So I'm the type that I'll suck on suck on it just because it'll turn him on. So that's why how I am. I'm a pleaser. So if I feel like he gonna be turned on by me sucking the little fake dick or her sucking the little fake dick, I'm gonna do it just because I'm in sexy role play mode, so I'm not gonna kill the vibe by having rules. That's also I think a fundamental philosophy of mine around sexuality. I mean, I ain't about to fuck up the vibe with these fucking rules, child. If I like you and we It's about to be the horizontal mambo. Let's play. Let's go. Let's do it. So sometimes I be feeling like that. So when you have all these damn rules and I got to navigate and da 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 da. Okay, I don't even want to do it no more. It's too many boundaries I'm watching and I'm not turned on. So get out of here. I'm out. Not you get out, but I can leave myself. I can get out. But yeah, I'm the type that sometimes I'm just going with the flow. I might do some wild ass shit that I didn't think about doing beforehand, but we're here. We're here. So I can see myself on my knees sucking on a plastic dick at some point. I can see myself doing that. Now, thinking about it before I'm in a scenario, I might be like, why would I be sucking a plastic dick? But I can see myself being in a situation where something is going on and I'm on my knees sucking a dildo. You know, just for the role play of it. Just for the role play of it. Just just for it. We're in the moment and we being freaky. It's kind of like when you spit he done nut in your mouth and you spit the nut back in his mouth. I didn't think I was gonna do that, but bitch, we here. I've been in that situation where I didn't think this was gonna be nasty and freaky, but we doing it. And he turned on by it. He turned on by it. So I'm like, okay. I didn't think about that, but we're improvising. We're improvising. And this is a part of the improvisation. So, girl, honey, this is where we're at. Same. I learned soon as horrific. I tried though. Have you ever had a girlfriend? Yes, I've had a girlfriend. My last girlfriend, her name was Jessica Lawson. Let me see if I can look her up. This is my last girlfriend, Jessica Lawson. Jessica Lawson. That was my baby. I love Jessica. Jessica was my baby. Yep, Jessica was my last girlfriend. Jessica was baby, Jessica knew I was gay, child. I wanted to be Jessica. I didn't want to be with Jessica. I wanted to be Jessica. Jessica was everything that I wanted to be, baby. She was a chocolate girl. She had long hair that, honey, her mama would take her to the salon and get a relaxer and get her hair straight. So you can tell she was fresh because it would be bodying and moving, and it was always like to her collar. It was like a long bob that was to her collarbone. So she could do like this and it would just be waving. And she would get it cut to like a bob right here every year. Like, I don't know when, every year. And then over time, it would get long. And then she cut it again. Long, cut it in. But it had so much body and it was so pretty. And she was artsy. She was like, into acting, into dance, into all the stuff that I wanted to be into as, a woman of trans experience. I hadn't transitioned yet, but wanting to, yeah, she just was everything I wanted to be. And her trying to date me just put me in proximity to her, but I didn't want to be with her. So I avoided any kind of we kissed a few times, but I tried to avoid it. We was only in those situations very few times. But try to avoid it because, I just, I wanted to be in proximity to her, but not as her boyfriend. But because she liked me, she would press the issue. But we laugh and joke about it now, honey. I bet you knew what the tea was. Who else? Yeah, that was my last girlfriend. That was my preteen girlfriend. Not as an adult. I never dated a woman as an adult. I'm trying to think when I did have a girlfriend when I was 10. Her name was Kiana, but I had to beat her ass because she was a bully. She pulled me by my hair and swung me into the wall. She basically was a bully. So she was bigger than me. She was tall. What naturally girls, not every single girl, but girls go through they usually go through their growth spurt faster. So if usually it's a certain age that they can be taller, and then the boys do over time. But usually there's a span where girls get there faster, so they'll be taller than the boys. But then, child, she just was so violent. She just was a violent girl. She was I don't know what her tea was. She was just a violent girl. She was very violent. But she grew up with a lot of brothers, so she had a lot of brothers. Do you think Little Richard was a top? I think Little Richard was a verse. Little Richard did everything. Little Richard he liked women too. Yeah, girls get tall and then they stop, and then boys keep going. Anyway, she was tall and we're the same age, but she grew up around boys, and honey, she just was any little thing. She'll be doing shit to be violent just for anything. Like I don't remember what I was doing. I was doing something, and she wanted me to come and do something with her, like some kind of game or something. Because we 10, it ain't no sexual stuff going on. But I guess I didn't want to do it or something. And honey, I was like, no, I'm going to do something else. And I turned around and she grabbed me by my hair and swung me against the wall, like, boom, where my legs went against the wall. She swung me so hard that my legs went against the wall, like a doll against the wall. And I was like, what? And honey, she had done other violent stuff to me, but because I'm in my younger years and it was really stressed. Boys don't hit girls. That also was a nuance that I had to grow up when I was younger. There was these girls that grew up with me that lived across the street. I told you I lived with two in my apartment building. I was my mother's oldest child. The middle son was Marcus. The top son was PJ. Her Miss Jeanette's son, which was her youngest son, was PJ. So there was only 3 boys in those apartments when we was growing up. So from the time I was 2 to 10, this is the apartment that I lived in. And so there was these girls that lived in the building across the street, and it was 3 sisters. And these bitches, oh my God, they were violent. They would hit you with their hula hoops and put webs on your body. But the rule was you can't hit girls. And I did not understand that. These bitches is hitting us. I'm hitting these hoes back. I'm sorry. That rule was wrong to me. I was like, these bitches is hitting us. And y'all want us not to hit them back? No, this is not fair. They can't hit us and beat us up and we can't hit them back. Just because we boys. No, I don't like that. It was something I was vehemently against, even though I thought that I would get in trouble if I hit them back, until, baby, my mama was looking out the window one day and she seen that girl and her sisters, because it was an older sister, a middle sister, and a baby sister. The baby sister was a baby sister. She wasn't a baby, but she wasn't like them. She was too young and wasn't really doing nothing. But the two old ones, baby, they will jump you and fight you and kick you and bite you and hit you for no reason, just because they can do it. You walking down the street with your books, honey, they'll come up and get to doing you. Then with some ghetto ass ratchet bitches. I hated them hoes. And every time we would get into it, it would be, you a boy and you can't fight girls. You a boy, you can't fight girls. It was late. Baby, my mama, she hit me in my face with a hula hoop so hard that it put a red welt on my face. And my mother just so happened to be looking out the window when it was happening. Because any other time, it would be nobody. I don't want to say they wouldn't believe that they were doing stuff, but it would be always the gender thing. Baby, my mama seen that girl hit me in my face with that motherfucking hula hoop, and it was a red weapon there. Baby, my mama said, all right, if them bitches do anything else to you, you mollywop them hoes. Fuck that other shit. Fuck that other shit. Them bitches hit you with anything, you don't hit them first. But if they hit you, you beat them bitches down. And from that day forth, for the rest of my life, I didn't give anybody no gender grace. You hit me, I'm hitting you. I'm coming with the whatever natural strength that I got. You getting the full force of it, because you gonna learn not to hit me, because I'm never gonna hit you. I'm never gonna hit you. But if you hit me, baby, you opened up Pandora's box and you getting it all power. And so, honey, baby, they stopped. Once I was free and open to twirl them, and they had a few times. Oh, cool. My mama said I ain't gonna get in trouble, so I'm about to get you right together, baby. Where is my oh, here we go. That's what I was looking for, man. Juice. My water. As a young trans woman, young ghetto cis girls was the biggest bullies. They were so evil and mean. They weren't my biggest bullies, but there were some moments where I was like, girl, you doing too much. It was usually dudes, but there was a couple of couple of chicks. This girl named Maria, she was tall as shit. Now we end up outgrowing her, but at the time she was tall as hell. This girl named Cassandra Williams. This girl, I stabbed her in her neck, and I got expelled from junior high because I stabbed her. Named Pebbles. I don't know her real name, but her name is Pebbles. Pebbles. She was a fucking bully. Who else? Winter Pipes. Let me show y'all Winter Pipes. I know I done looked her up. Winter Pipes. Life is treating her bad. Life treated you kindly, and I hope you have all you dreamed of. And I'm wishing you joy and happiness. The opposite of all of that. I wanted this bitch to have the worst life. I wish you love. Pipes. Winter Pipes. Let me see if I can. Yep, she is her. Her name is Winter Pipes. She was a bully in junior high. And she looking old and a drunkard. Ain't she looking old? Life done got her. Oh my God, do you know the Jill song? Is It the Way? Baby, I am a black woman. Who don't know that song? I am a black woman. Who don't know Jill Scott's #1 song? Now she looks like Mike Jones. She just looked like life has beat her down, girl. She looked like a Christian auntie. You know, life done been hard, but I'm pretty sure life has been hard, girl. You know, very auntie, jean jacket, auntie. But yeah, she was a bully. She was mean and terrorized me, honey. I never got to fight her though. We never really got to the point where we needed to throw hands. But I wanted to though. I was gonna give her the business. Ooh. But she used to call me all kinds of F words and he, she's, and gay blades, S agates, and all that shit. She used to wear that. I have a cousin who hate me who looked like that. Did I have any bully cousins? I didn't have any cousins that were bullies, but I had some uncles. I had some uncles that were like late and shady. It's funny. I have an uncle. He was never like mean to me, but he just started following my Marsha's Play Facebook page randomly. I wonder how he find that, but he just started following it. He was never mean, but he said stuff behind my back. He said stuff behind my back to other people, but he wasn't necessarily mean to me in person in the sense of like doing something to me. I have another cousin that he's more. This isn't. How do I describe this? Billy isn't my He isn't my cousin. How is he kin to me? He's blood relative, but he is my grandmother's, but not my grandmother, my great grandmother's youngest sister. She come from a family of like 16. She's one of the older girls. So her youngest sister is the same age as her daughter, who were best friends. Her youngest sister, so my great grandmother's youngest sister, has a son. That's what he is, her son. My great grandmother's sister's youngest son. So what is that? Some kind of cousin. Um Now, I do have a cousin who was a bully, who was my Uncle White Mike. Let me see if I can. My uncle. My name is Diamond Collier. His name is James Collier. Let me see. He's in prison now, but I'm trying to see if I can find somebody who has a picture of him. I don't see no picture, so maybe ain't no pictures to find. Oh, y'all want to see my brother, my long lost brother that I found recently? This is my brother on my daddy's side that I didn't just meet him. I didn't just meet him, but we just got connected. I met him when I was 11 for the first time, and we never got connected. Do we look alike? A little bit. A little. A little. Yes, this is my brother on my dad's side. That was when he was a little younger. This is how he look now. Now that he a grown, thick man. But yeah, I think I was on live about a year ago, and somebody gave me some suggestions to find him, and those suggestions worked. And I slid in his DMs on Instagram, and we had a deep conversation about my father. He spilled so much tea about my father being an abusive narcissist, which tracks. And then but luckily for me, guess where he lives? San Antonio, Texas, 2 hours away. Neither one of us is from Texas, but so happened life leads us to be in the same state, 2 hours away from each other. Isn't that crazy? And so I said, well, I would love to have dinner or lunch. But then he said, well, I'm a little bit of an introvert. So I don't know if I'm real comfortable with that. And so how do you respond to that? You kind of like, it kind of puts you in a place where I don't know what to say after that. And so what I said was, well, if you ever in the city in Houston and you comfortable, hit me up. That's all I said. And that was the last time we talked. But recently he did add me on Facebook. So I guess baby steps. Nah, never mind, Ninja. Yeah, it was like, okay, I don't know. How old is he? He is God, he has to be definitely in his 30s, like mid to late 30s. Yeah, it has to be late 30s. It has to be late 30s. If you were born in 87, no, not 87, 88, 89. I don't know the exact year. 88, 89. He got to be like 30 in his mid 30s, late 30s. Yeah, somewhere around there. So, yeah. Um yeah, cuz he was like 3 or 4 years old, 3, 4, 5 years old in 92. So whatever that age, 3, 4, 5 years old in 92. Nothing over 5, nothing under 3. So it had to be between 3 to 5, 3 to 5. Does he accept you as his sister? What when you say accept, what does that mean? Are you talking about like as far as my transness, or are you talking as far as accepting that I'm somebody that's his sister, like proof that he needs to see if I'm his sister at all? I never discussed my transness. That was so irrelevant to the conversation. We never got to the point in talking about me being trans. My introduction was, I'm your long lost sister. I'm your father's actual first oldest child. And I know you don't know me, but here's the proof. Here's my ancestry DNA showing him as my dad. And I know you don't talk to him no more, and I know you don't know me, but here you go. So we really was just yeah, it's still going. It's thunder out there. Um I know you don't know me. So I know it's weird for a stranger to just to come up and talk to you. Um I love the hair. Thank you, Mom. Just some simple braids, honey. I've been I, I I don't know if I've been hot or whatever, but I can't be having them down. I be hot as hell when I be having them down. But yeah, when they be down, it's be like, so I be just rapping. That's why when somebody said they look like they was brand new, I was like, probably because I ain't been doing shit to them. Cause I be having them up in this little bun. Cause it should be hot. Thank you. This should be hot as hell. But I'm trying to grow my fucking hair out. I'm tired of being bald headed hoes. What you see, D? I said, what you see, D? I see some bald headed hoes. I'm tired of being a bald head hoe. So I've been bald head long enough. So I'm growing my hair out. I'm gonna try to lock my hair. I'm gonna try to lock my hair for till I'm 50. I'm 45 now. I'm gonna try to lock my hair till I'm 50 and see what it looks like at 50. If I like it, I'm gonna keep it for the rest of my life. If I don't, I'm gonna be bald, short, blonde, bald fish for the rest of my life. I'm trying to go into my older years with simplicity. So I'm either gonna be short, bald, light skin, or dread head, light skin. So one of them two is the older fish that I'm gonna give. That is what I'm trying to simplify my look um for my older years. So I'm not obsession about hair. because I can't be wig fish. I can't be obsession about hair. I want it to be normal. I'm gonna try to lock it to see how it goes, and if I like it for a long time, then I'm gonna go for it. But I have never given my hair the locks a try. Like I've given natural hair a try, of course. I've been natural since 2010, but I haven't given locks their fair share due. So that's why I'm getting these braids so my hair can grow, and then I'm gonna get it twisted, get it, starter locks, and then see how that goes. And if I feel, if I like it, I feel like 50 years, 5 years of growing locks, I feel that should give you a nice little length. Let me Google how many 5 years of growth of locks look like. Big chop to 5-year lock journey. That is not what I said, bitch. They doing it here, but they're not doing it. They're not doing it. They're not doing it with locks. It's giving. Let me see if somebody got it. Maybe I'm not typing it right. See, oh, okay, cool. Here go one. See, you see how long her hair is? She went from that to that. In 5 years, I feel like that's a good length. So if I get to that length and I like it,
incredible to see that much.
Shut up. So yeah, every time I see somebody at their 5-year mark, it looks good. Like they start off short, and then at the 5-year mark, I'm like, okay, that's a nice length. So if I get my locks to that, I feel some little cute little sister, some cute little sister locks. I feel like that'd be sickening for me. You know. So yeah, so I feel like by 5 years, I'll be able to give them the break. I'll be able to have a full assessment of how I like them. And then if I don't like them on my 50th birthday, I'm gonna do a big chop and be back short hair and blonde. But I haven't given them a just try. I did get some locks, some faux locks before, and I kept getting misgendered, and I didn't like that. Obviously. I wasn't getting misgendered when they could see me from the front. I was getting misgendered from when they see me from the back. For some reason, when people would see me from the back, they would sir me. And I'm like, it was like, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. So I don't know if the dreads was giving trade, my height in the dreads. I don't know what was giving. I don't know what it was, but I kept getting misgendered from the back with them locks. So it made me kind of insecure about getting some dreads. So I never really gave them a chance, but I'm going to try to give them a chance. They weren't minis. But I also have thin hair. I don't have really thick hair. Like, look, you can see so much space in between my hair. You see what I'm saying? Like I don't have like a high density hair. I don't have I'm not like other people who got big, thick, juicy ass, high density hair. My hair, not only is my hair fine, like my strands are fine, my density is thin all over. So it's thin and fine. You know who I love? Do y'all know Stephanie? I love Stephanie.
Bitch, you know I'm busy. Hi, my darlings, and welcome back to my fantasy as my love. I've been cleaning, bitch, you know I'm busy, honey. Right now I'm heading out. I'm going to Jackson Heights. I haven't been in Jackson Heights for a long time during the night time, darling. I gotta hold on to my purse. You never know what's going on out there. And today I'm giving you a fabulous trip by no other than Roberto Cavalli, vintage bitch. These fabulous Fendi shoes from back in the days. Vintage too. My Daniel Soroski bag. Daniel Soroski, not Soroski. Daniel Soroski, bitch. My Gautier. No, my Roberto Cavalli ring. My Roberto Cavalli bracelets. My Jurassic ring. My fabulous Chanel vintage earrings are now that I have for years, darling. And you know what it is? I'm wearing my La Perla lingerie, bitch. I'm selling pussy and just so high like back in the 80s. I love you all. Stay safe and come back for more fantasy. I'm going to go watch a drag show, honey. I love you all. Stay safe and come back.
I love Stephanie.
Look at my makeup horse. Okay.
I love Stephanie.
Hi, my
That's her name is.
Welcome back to my fantasy.
Her name is Stephanie York on Instagram. I love Stephanie. She's a older trans woman. I think she's like 52. Older trans woman. She iconic label girl in the ball scene. She got all kinds of like sickening label clothes from the 80s and the 90s, and she always dressed super, super label fashion. And she been like that for years because she had a rich husband, and now her husband died. And so she's kind of living a fabulous trans woman life. She gives Chi Chi from Two on Food. Her voice, her look don't give Chi Chi child. Her voice, yeah.
I have so many memories here in the pier.
Yeah, she is an Afro-Latina woman from New York, so she definitely give, New York Afro-Latina child. New York Dominican immigrant. Did you hear that loud ass thunder strike over by you? No, not right now. Whoa. It is. I hear the rain dropping, but I don't hear. I don't hear. That's when Granny would be yelling, y'all sit down somewhere and shut your ass up. Huh? Oh, as far as the weather. Domino's is slapping right now. You ordered a pizza? Oh, I just got some shawarma. I also got some red hot links because I want to be country and ghetto. I also got me some more eggs so I can make some egg coffee. And I learned a trick. The eggs, if you want them to be super, super foamy and thick and creamy when you beat them, you make the eggs out of room temperature yolks. You make the foam out of room temperature yolks. So I'm gonna try that because I've been doing it because I keep my yes, egg coffee. If you go to my live yesterday, I made egg coffee on the end of my live yesterday. Showed y'all how to make it, and it's so good. If you never had it, it's delicious. I made it last night on the live. So go to yesterday's live right at the end, and I have it tagged in the comments, so you can just click the timestamp. But yes, I made egg coffee, and it was so good. And after I got off the live, I looked up, is there a way to make it even more foamy? Oh yay, thank you. To make it even more foamy, they said to make it foamier than what it was, you gotta use room temperature eggs. So room temperature egg yolks, not the whole egg. Room temperature egg yolks. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna try that tomorrow because I've been making it almost every day for my, wake up coffee. But yeah, I'm gonna try to do it room temperature because I put my eggs in the refrigerator. So, so I didn't know to do it like regular, like room temperature eggs. So I'm gonna try that and see what it gives. And then report back to y'all. It's so good. Noted. I'm gonna get the ingredients tomorrow. I'm so excited. I'm telling you, it's really, really good. Especially if you have a special way you like coffee, just add this on top of it to make it better. Like I said, I'm not no coffee connoisseur, so I don't care about the flavor. But with the if you a person who do care about the flavor, put this on top of that delicious coffee you make. So good. So good, so good, so good. But yeah, I did it at the end of my live yesterday, so you can check that out. What else? I got a nutty bar. This is all that I got today while I was at the store because I haven't had a hot link in about pre-COVID. So I want a hot link and some light bread and some cheese and some salad dressing. Not salad dressing. Whatever Miracle Whip is it? Whatever Miracle Whip is. I feel like fry these, put these on the skillet and fry them like my mama used to do. Put a little piece on the altar for my ancestors. And then I got some mustard because I don't have no mustard. So some mayo and mustard and a hot link. Yes. A little mustard. Yes, that's why I don't really keep mustard because I don't use mustard all the time. I only use mustard for when I make fried fish and shit like hot links and shit like that. So I don't really be using mustard. Oh, sometimes I put it in my tuna salad. But I got my little corner store sell individual nutty bars, so I don't have to be greedy and get the whole box of Little Debbie nutty bars. I can just get the one, even though they overcharge you, but at least I don't have to be greedy and I can just get one. Yeah, slice them in half and fry them as long as they fry it. Fry them in a pan. And then it's not done until you got the black burnt marks on it. Mm-hmm. I'm from California, but grew up with Southern grandparents. I know that's right. What part of the South are your grandparents from? And what part of Cali did you grow up in? I use it when I'm frying chicken or pork chops. Mm-hmm. I bet it's good on some pork chops. Yeah, when I do fish, I do mustard, egg, mustard, whatever seasonings you use, but mustard, egg, and honey. Scramble that up, put the fish in it, and then put that in the breading. Onion sausage. That sounds nasty because I don't like onions like that. It's not I don't like onions. I don't like onions in a particular way. Let me see what it looks like. What are onion sausage? Savory pork sausage blended with significant amount of onions. Southern South Carolina onion sausage. These kind of look like boudins. Interesting. Yeah, I would try them. Them look good. Onion sausage look good. I don't think I ever tried them, but they look good. Yeah. Them fried up on a bun. Yeah, these look good. I would eat these. Yeah, these look good. I grew up in LA. I don't meet too many native LA people. Most people from LA that I be meeting, they don't really be from LA. They just live there for a long time. They from somewhere else, but live there for a long time. Like native LA people, I don't really run into them until sometimes when I'm there. Conca sausage, what is that? Look that up. Conca sausage. These look like churros. Not churros. Chorizo sausage. I don't know if I haven't had these, but these look like chorizo. Where you get these at, Fiesta? How y'all be affording that rent over there, Hill? Do y'all jobs be paying a lot? Because that rent be too high, man. I just can't imagine giving somebody $2,500 every month. How y'all afford this shit? Y'all rich in California. Even y'all regular people rich, child. I don't see how y'all can afford it. That should be high. I'm like, y'all shelling out $2,000-$3,000 to motherfuckers on a monthly basis. I would be homeless. I know you've eaten pudding sausage. No, I don't know what that is either. Sometimes I don't be knowing the name of them. Pudding sausage. Oh no. No, I wouldn't eat that. That sounds gross. That looks gross. That looks like the blood sausages in London. No, I wouldn't eat that. That sounds gross. No. That don't look like something I would eat. You have to have a decent trade or education, just being honest. A lot of people I know aren't doing so well right now. Yeah, that's too high for me. I wouldn't even play with California like that. I just don't like the idea of giving somebody that much money a month. Especially when I done been in California people's house. Regular California people house. Now, the rich ones, that's a different story. But the regular California people house, I be looking at their house, I'm like, y'all paying what for this? Y'all got roaches. You paying $2,500 for this shack with roaches in it? No, thank you. Them base boys is dusty. This is raggedy. Y'all paying that much? You paying that much in California. I'm not saying Texas is great. But what y'all pay in California, like $2,500, $3,000, y'all can be in a luxury condo for that amount of money in Houston. Like a luxury gated facility with pools. It looked like a fancy hotel type deal. Like y'all paying that. Like here, my homegirl live in like a high rise for $2,200 a month. And it is like, I'm talking about, they got a doorbell person. They got a door person that's down there all night at a desk, letting people in and out, checking security. They got a mail place that you scan this little thing and it opens up the mailbox wherever they put the mail in. It got 2 pools on the top and on another floor. It looks sickening. Her apartment is sickening. Amenities down. And it's $2,200 a month. Like, it is fire in the smack dab, in the nice area, in the Galleria area. It's just such a nice area. And she spends only $22. And it's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, full kitchen, full living room with an island. It's just so fire. Just fire. 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 2 full walk-in closets for 22. Let me see if I can find the apartment for y'all, because I'm pretty sure. I love this apartment complex. It's so cute. Let me show y'all. Let me find the floor plans. Where's the floor plans? Floor plans. Let me see if I can find it. the one that I've been in. Oh, they done jacked the prices up. They done jacked the prices up. They didn't used to be this much. They was, I guess, but it says there's one left, so they probably full right now. But this is the here's the floor plans. Look at the 2-bedroom. Well, not the floor plans. Just look at the let me go back. There we go. Look at them apartments. They so sickening. Like you can catch them on special and you can get them for like 22. Now they feel now, so it's like 31 something, but they are so fire. Would y'all date a person who doesn't have their own spot? I'm against it, but somebody told me I was judgmental. I'm too old to when you say don't have their own spot, are you talking about roommates or they live with their parents? Houston, Texas. I love them apartments. They so cute. They so cute on it. So modern, so cute. Hey, people come and get your trash. It's in the River Oaks area of Houston. River Oaks is like the fancy area. I don't really be. This is my rule, Heels. My rules when it comes to dating is whatever your economic situation is, whatever your economic situation is, I just don't want it to cause me any problems. I just don't want it to be a barrier. So I want you to have a car because if I want to do something, I need you to be able to get there efficiently. But if you don't have a car and you just take Uber, I don't care because that's okay because you getting where I need you to go. You see what I'm saying? If I say I want to go somewhere, I want to be somewhere at a certain time, and you have to catch an Uber, that's fine because it's not a barrier for me. Cool. If I want to hang out with you and I gotta wait till your homeboys is not at the house or all that shit, no, that's a barrier for me. It's when it blocks what I want to do with you, that's when it's a problem. So I'm not really asking a nigga as a priority question who you live with, who you stay with. Da, 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 da. I'm gonna assume because I don't date young dudes. I'm gonna assume that you have your shit together. That's gonna be my default. Now, if I find out something different because it's impeding on what I want to do with you, then that's a problem. But I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you got some shit going on with you. You taking care of your business. And until it becomes a problem, it's not a problem. I'm not gonna be asking you what kind of car you got, what kind of da because I don't really care. Can you get to point A to point B to where I want you to be? Hey, I'm gonna meet you at this restaurant. Can you get there? I don't give a fuck if a motherfucker is dropping you off, or I don't know. Can you get there consistently without it being a problem? That's my thing. It's when you want me to make accommodations for your financial shortcomings in the dating process. I'm not doing that, baby. No. When I got to make adjustments or spend some money or no. No, not me, baby. Not me. Not me. Yeah, I don't really think or care about it until it becomes a problem. If it never becomes a problem, I don't think about it. I don't ever think about it. I'm also a person that don't come to people's houses. Like I don't be coming to people's houses. Like I don't really come to your house. I like the comfort of my own home. So if I'm hooking up with a dude and inviting him and want to hang out in that way, it's usually at my house. I don't mind that because I just like it. I like my house better. So I'm not really coming over to your house and hanging out. You're usually coming over to mine. So there's that. But when I'm ready for you to go home, what are you doing? What are you doing, sweetie? Where's your car? Where's your ride? Where's your things? Long as it's not no problem, I don't want to have to be 2:00 in the morning. I'm ready for you to go. And I gotta wait for the bus to get running. No. Now you're impeding on my time. No. No, I don't like this. Yeah. That's how I think about it. I don't like people getting comfortable in my place, so I go to their shit. I literally just left Sir's house. I like my own bed. Oh, I don't mess with dudes in my own bed. I don't bring them. They don't go that far in my house. They only can stay in my living room. And I usually put a blanket or a towel over the couch, and that's where we mess around. But messing around in my bed, no, I don't mess around in my bed. I don't like smelling men in my bed and in my dreams, and so no. I don't have them in my bed at all. They don't get past my living room. I actually tell them to use the bathroom before they come, so by the time we're done, they can go home. They don't even gotta use my bathroom. But sometimes I let them use my bathroom. Sometimes. Gross transformer. What does that mean? Is that has a transphobic bot infiltrated the chat? This is the obsession. I have my settings set to where you have to be a subscriber for a certain amount of hours. So this person has been sitting, waiting to say that. That's how obsessed he is. That literally you can't comment in my chat unless you are unless you have been a subscriber for a long time. So that's how long they have been on my nuts. At least 2 years. at least not 2 years. At least 2 hours.
Yeah, man, put your hoe up because I'm outside. You hear me? I'm looking good. I'm smelling. I love. Yeah, man. Yeah, man, put your hoe up because I'm outside. You hear me? Yeah, man.
I put your hoe up. Is that what?
Yeah, man.
But that's why we have the settings. That's why we have the settings that we have, because people love to come in and say dumb shit, which is funny. The ones that do the most are the most curious. They be waiting a whole 2 hours for that. Isn't that crazy? They used to didn't have the settings, so you would go live and the people would just kind of join in with monkey emojis, being racist or being transphobic or being homophobic. They just would do that. And so they changed the settings to where you can put it to where you can have you can put a limit. You have to be a subscriber for this amount of time and da 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 da. And child, that just stopped all the bullshit. But usually people are not waiting that long. But Tanky Bot 704, he said, baby, I'm patient with my transphobia. I'm patient. I want to put out, I want to say, what did he say? Crazy transformer, gross transformer. I got the patience. I want to call you a gross transformer. Baby, I want to call you that. That is the accomplishment of my life because I know this gonna get her. This gonna make her feel bad about herself. Honey, this gonna be the one. I'm gonna call her a gross transformer. This gonna be the one. This gonna get her. This gonna make her cry tears on her pillow at night. This original piece of transphobic poetry, baby. I'm about to get her, hit her in the jugular, hit her hard with these words, typing them. Gross. Ooh, I just know gross is the one. Gross transformer. Ooh, transformer, your gender change and you transform like Optimus Prime. Gross transformer. Let me hit the send button. Let me hit the send button. Boom! After 2 hours. You know. No, I don't even be thinking they're young. I think that they are old and dumb. I think that they be our age, y'all. I don't think that's 12. I think that that's 12-year-olds they don't have 2 hour patience. It's loser old people. 12-year-olds don't care enough. They don't got 2 hours worth of care. I didn't mean literally. I was just trying not to use the R word. Mm. But yeah, people be.
Hi guys.
I just want them to be kind of original. Income mover, gross transformer. I be wanting, if shit be funny, I be wanting to laugh. Like I be wanting motherfuckers to come up with funny shit, like to be insulting. Cause I'm always good for a laugh. I done heard some shit that I'm like, oh, this shit is funny. This is hilarious. But most of the shit don't be original. It be some regurgitated shit that you heard somebody else say. You know how many times I heard this is a subject that I wanted to talk about. I forgot to talk about it the on the on the show. Just Dave Chappelle talking about I'm I'm disappointed in the Republicans weaponizing my trans jokes. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Moon Cricket is funny. But But it's funny because moon cricket sounds cute. Moon cricket don't sound offensive. That sounds cute. I don't. That sounds like a moon cricket sounds like a cute, feminine Native American name. Like you would call your Native American daughter. If I was a chief, my pretty Native American daughter, I would call her Moon Cricket because she's so sweet and whatever. I don't know. That sounds like a Native American girl name. It sounds adorable. Yes, that don't sound offensive to me. But do you think people should be insulted by misgendering? I don't know. I don't even think about that. I think about you should be offended by whatever you should be offended by. I don't like to tell people what they shouldn't be offended by. You should be offended by whatever you find offensive. Just because I don't find it offensive doesn't mean I wouldn't be, in the spirit of the title of this live, I wouldn't be offended by a bisexual masculine stud using stud. But it's not my place to worry about that. I'm not a lesbian. So I wouldn't be offended. It's kind of like I think about non-binary people saying that they're trans. Like, honey, I done seen some non-binary people that I'm like, trans? Back in my day, you know what I'm saying? You couldn't be trans. Nigga, you running around with no titty, no body, a beard, and you trans? Okay. Okay. I'm very much I guess I'm not gonna argue with you about your identity. How hypocritical would that be to me? And I'm also not a person that feels like my life is super. I'm not saying all in all aspects, but super affected by the actions of other trans people or the image of other trans people. I'm not saying totally not affected, but in general, my life isn't affected by some clock non-binary person claiming that they're trans. That don't really affect me because when I go out here, I be getting my life. Now, can I understand how some other people be like, oh my God, this makes us all look bad? Listen, I believe in grabbing a hold of privileges and don't just concede privileges. I think one of the privileges of white supremacy is that they get to be individuals. They can blow bomb buildings, mass shoot, and them white motherfuckers never take on the responsibility of that one white motherfucker. They don't ever be like, we all are killers and monsters, or all the minorities are gonna think we're killers and monsters because this one person shot up a school. They don't ever think about it like that. And so you not gonna let me think that this trans person who don't look nothing like me, who don't act nothing like me, who does not, however they do their transes ain't got nothing to do with me. You're not about to force me to think that I gotta hold the responsibility of them. You're not about to get, it's called, I talked about it yesterday, it's fictitious kinship. I don't need to hold on to fictitious kinship. It's fictitious. I'm not kin to the motherfuckers. So Lily, what's the girl? Lily, the trans woman that be going in the bathrooms with her hairline all squared out, and Lily Tino. Lily Tino don't affect my life. I'm not saying at all. I'm just saying in most cases, what she do and all that shit don't affect me. So I'm not about to hold other bitches just like they get the freedom to live free without the judgment of other motherfuckers. I'm a hold on to that privilege too. Another trans motherfuckers and their personality and how they do their transes ain't got shit to do with me. And if you think that it does, that's a problem with you. That's you. That ain't got nothing to do with me. You're not about to make me think that me and Lily Tino is having the same transgender experience. We're not. And it don't and that don't mean I have a problem with being under the umbrella with her. I don't have a problem with that at all. I think we all are under the gender non-conforming umbrella. Cool. I'm okay with that. But I don't think people are stupid enough to think that Lily Tino and me are the same people. I don't think you're stupid enough to think me and Alok Mignon, I don't know how to say the last name. Alok is me. I don't think people are stupid enough to think that we're the same thing. I just don't think that. So for me, I'm not gonna concede a privilege that I don't have to. I think it's a privilege to be an individual, and I'm gonna live like it's a privilege, just like they do. So if you think I'm exactly like every trans person in the world, just because we under the umbrella, and I don't think y'all that stupid, because y'all love to make a difference between different type of black folks. Somebody, Miss Thing just said that the Afro-Latina people ain't black. And y'all easy to make those differences. Y'all can tell the difference between the trans people too. Y'all not that dumb. If y'all can make those kind of distinctions between the black people. Y'all ain't that slow. Y'all know it's some, and also, y'all know we not a monolith. There's some similarities, but we all know we not a monolith. Just like y'all can tell the difference between Rastafarian Hotep ass niggas and gay ballroom ass niggas, we have within our culture different sectors, and y'all know that. And just like in the trans culture, we have different sectors of people, different sectors of type. To me, I just feel like people aren't that stupid. Anybody who want to make us all one thing is because they racist. Anybody who want to make all black people one thing, they are racist. They refuse to see us as human, as a vast, rich collective of people with different ideas and different beliefs. If they're trying to make us one thing, they're racist. And the same thing goes with women. If you hear a man talk about, oh, women are women this, all women, this is how women are, it's because they're a misogynist. And same thing go with trans folks. If you think all trans folks is the same thing, there's no nuance, there's no complexity. It's because you haven't met enough of us, explored enough of us, cared enough to explore us, and explore how we think. Is that swarming from a truck or a place by you? It's from the place by me. He just did the Karen Clark favor run. I don't remember. I didn't see nothing. You must be on a delay. God's favor is my passion in life. I forgot how the melody go. I know that you don't feel your best. Hold on. Be strong. God has forgotten you. Hopes and dreams have you feeling blue. Hold on. I don't even remember the words or the melody. Just remember at the end of the day, the favor of God open the way. It's a favor. I don't remember the word. What do you do for a living other than social media? That's all I do. I guess, are you asking me my different sources of income? Is that what you're trying to get an insight on? They're all related to social media, I guess. Well, kind of sourced from social media, I guess. What do you mean by that? Okay, so how my sources of income. So okay, so I run a media company that has under its umbrella me as an individual, where I do consulting work for various projects. So I got my Script Howard Award because I was a consultant. Excuse me. Let me get this air bubble out of my chest. So I got my Scripps Howard Journalism Award because I was a consultant on a journalistic investigation of trans homicide. So I was hired as a consultant, as an expert on that project. I was hired to be in a book anthology of trans people in 2023. It came to 23. That book came out, and I was not only was I featured as one of the people in the book, but I also was a consultant on the book. So I was paid to do that. So it took months for us to kind of do that. So I have a lot of jobs that I am a hired consultant to steer where it goes. I am also a board member on multiple boards across the country. The main one is going to be Transgender Law Center, which is the highest, most resourced trans organization in the world. I'm on the board of directors, and so we get paid for our time, but it's not like I'm on salary for them, but we get paid for our time. But because I'm on the board of multiple organizations and get paid for my time, the amount of money that I get from them, I have to pay taxes on it. So it's not like a lot. It'll be like 6,000. By the end of the year, it'll be like 7,000, 8,000. It'll be in the thousands, not like a salary. Like, oh my God, I got 55,000. No, it'll be, we get per diems. Like if we travel for this retreat or travel for this event, we get per diems and we get paid for our time. And so out of all the stuff that we do, we will, by the end of the year, it'll be so much money from them that you have to pay taxes on it, I-99. So it's usually between like 6,000, 8,000, somewhere around there, 6,000, 8,000. So that's a source of income. I have my podcast. Now my podcast has subscribers on the Patreon. So being a patron of the show means that you want the show to continue and to continue on. So you get to decide how much money you get to donate to the show. That's one of my biggest source of income, being a patron. So people sign up to be a monthly patron because they believe in the show and want to be a part of the show. So monthly they are charged a certain amount, and I give you full access to everything. Because the problem with, and this may hurt me financially, but I want my expertise and education to be accessible to people. So this hurts me financially because I have, you get what I'm saying? Because it's just kind of free. But I just want people to give what they can give. So yes, it hurts me financially, but it also is a good thing because people who can give. And so they become patrons. It's not oh, you become a patron and you get this special behind the scenes stuff. No, I want it to be accessible. You get what you get. You're giving to me because you want to give to me, not be for anything. I'm already doing the work of editing every week of I'm doing the work for you for free. Do you see what I'm saying? So you can get the information that I'm giving you. And so it's, to me, it feels like you give me what you can afford. And so some people give $100 a month. Some people give $5 a month. Some people give $10 a month. Some people give $7 a month. So it just depends. And so that goes up and down. I have the highest I've ever made in my Patreon would be like around 3,000. The lowest I've ever made was nothing because when I started it was zero. But once I made one, most people started supporting it. And so it kind of fluctuate up and down. I also, to support and get my co-host a salary, I write grants. So I apply for grants. Some of them I don't get, some of them I do get. And so I have a fiscal sponsor that I can get grants through. And sometimes those grants is juicy and delicious. Sometimes those grants is like, 5,000. And then sometimes they're 100,000. Sometimes they are, you get what I'm saying? 30,000. So sometimes they keep us going because I give a salary to my co-host, because I pay my co-host. They don't just come on for free. So I don't pay my guest. My guests don't get paid. It's just for us to learn about you. So that's not really typical. But my co-host, my reoccurring co-host, I do pay them. You have to pay for the platform, or other sources of income. So grants. YouTube doesn't bring me a lot of money. YouTube ranges from $250 a month to $400. YouTube doesn't bring me a lot of money. The issue with YouTube, what it used to, I remember in the early 2010s, like 2012, 13, 14, 09, from 09 to 2012, I was getting about $1,500 to $2,000 worth of checks from YouTube. But they did this. They did something with the algorithm that totally changed how my videos get showed. And so I stopped getting new people. It's certain. I don't know. Something happened and it changed the amount of money I was getting. So I was going from, 1,500. One of my biggest checks was like 2,700, and then I went down to like it's been consistently 250 to 400 a month. It's not a lot of money. So that's a month. There's that. What else? Income. I am not actively advertising, but I have clients that I still have as a that I still have, that I still get coins from. But I haven't advertised as a sex worker since 2009. But these are clients that I have been seeing for years. Like I have a client, I've been seeing him since 2006. And we see each other all the time. He's actually, I consider him my friend now. That's my boo. At one point, I thought you stopped making videos. It was like one day I just couldn't see your channel. So between 2014 and 2018, I think, they deleted my channel without warning. I sent YouTube a nasty email. Yeah, they deleted my channel without warning. Because, well, it was without warning. I had no strikes, but there was a video that I had where I was hitting. It was an old video. I mean, this video was like, decades old at this point. It was old. But I was in a black dress, my woman dress, titties booed up, and I had a whip in my hand, and I was hitting my hand with the whip. And I was saying something about, ooh, my link is in the bottom. Like, I'm not doing anything sexual, but I'm leading you to my link. And so, because the link was to something, sexy and salacious, because I'm trying to make some coins. And so me doing that got it flagged. But the problem with that, usually, it's not that y'all getting me and saying that that's wrong. Cool. The problem was I didn't have any strikes on my channel. And they usually give you 3 strikes. They give you a strike and then they say fix it. I thought it was the dick dancing video. No. It was me taking a whip, hitting my hand. But I had my Xtube link in my bio. So that was apparently against the rules. Apparently against the rules. So cool. So they say influencer. I don't really consider myself an influencer because I don't be trying to sell y'all nothing. Usually, I'm not really like pushing y'all, influencing y'all to buy anything. That's usually not my tea. So I don't really like influencer, but consultant, director, podcaster, sex worker, grant writer, yes. Influencer just don't feel appropriate because I'm not trying to influence you to do anything. Influencer feels like I'm super, super popular. And I also don't feel super popular. I feel popular in my community, but not in the world. Does that make sense? Like I can go out in the streets and not be recognized. But I can't go to a community event and not be recognized. Does it make sense? So I'm not famous in the sense of that, but all your famous trans people know me and follow me, which is special to me because I center transness. And so while I don't mind cisgender people being here and supporting me, and I talk about, I love cis people. I have cis people on the channel as guests and but my show centers my transness and centers trans people and trans stories and trans issues. And so I want trans people to be proud of me. I want trans people to like my content. And while that might be another reason, because it's such a small community, I may not blend. I may not be as palatable to other people. I like being funny, but I also don't like being a clown. I'm not willing to be a clown, though. I can be funny. We can kiki and we can read. We can da. But I don't want comedy. I wouldn't want comedy to be where I got to cut that on all the time, because I'm not that. I'm more of like an educator. I like history and education and teaching and discussions. I love that side of who I am. And so I don't like, I couldn't be the girls who like are always making funny content. That's not me. That wouldn't be me. And I think that'd be going viral more. I don't think I create stuff that be going viral, because I don't think I'd do that. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff that I do. I've been a co-producer on films. I have a documentary called Intentionally Erased, where I'm the co-producer of Tide, Jiggly Jello. She was one of the featured guests, one of the principal participants. It was Brianna Jenkins, civil rights attorney, and a bunch of cis men. One of them being Troy from out of Detroit, who was one of my most popular videos, interviewing a trans attracted man. He was featured on that in 2012, and he was in the documentary. So we done won some awards for it. So I have that on my resume. What else do I do that brings coins in? I'm trying to think of coins. I be getting little checks from Amazon, so somebody buying my Amazon stuff. So I guess is that influencer? It'd be little checks. They'd be like $50. They don't be like nothing to call home about. What else? Yeah, that's about it. I don't be making money like some of the other girls. I don't be making money. In Trans Heart was much needed content. Yeah, that was fun. Every trans person gay space I have ever been in, as soon as I mention your name, they instantly say something about In Trans Heart. Yeah. At the time, it was nobody was doing content like that when I was starting. When I was starting, the content that I saw was more about the medical transition stuff. It was medical, it was surgeries. Oh, 6 months on T, 6 months on estrogen, the FFS results before and after. It was a lot of the medical stuff. It was not a lot about the real life stuff, like conversations about transness. It really wasn't a lot of that, y'all. It was makeup tutorials. It really wasn't a lot. And so when I started, because I had been trans for so long, I didn't have those stories of I'm taking my first shot. I didn't have those stories. I had already been a woman for 10 years. At that time, I had already been living full time for more than 10 years. I was 26, so it was more than that. So I was already doing my thing. So I don't know. It made it relatable and different. So when people do mention stories, let me tell you, that story meeting the man of my dreams about Lawrence, and he's a close friend now, but I have a friend. When we met, the reason why we met is because he was on his computer late night and saw that video, and he went on a binge of my story videos. And he slid in. This is when YouTube had Messenger, like had message, like where you can send people messages. He sent me a message, and we got on the phone and talked to each other for maybe like 4 or 5 hours, just talking and kicking. He was an old white butch queen. He wasn't really old, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like in my 20s, 30s, and he's like in his 40s. So we talking on funky old white butch queen, cool as hell. And he's just, we're just kiki, and we having such a, so I'm the type of person that who you see online is who I am in person too. Like, I'm not a different person. Like, this is not me putting on for the camera. This is just who I am. And so we kikiing and da 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 da. Do you know at the end of the conversation, he said, he asked me for my address, and the next day he FedExed me like $2,500, like $3,000, somewhere around there, just based on that conversation. And in the card, it said, "I am so happy that you are as real as you are online. You are just as real and cool like that, just being normal." And he was like, "I hope this blesses you. Get you another camera." And so I was able to buy a new camera, a new higher quality camera to do content with. And it was so beautiful, like, because I want to say I was struggling because I was working at the time. So but it was a beautiful thing because nobody had ever done that for me. Just like, oh my God, I'm just gonna bless you. And ever since then, I was like, oh wow, people really do fuck with you. And it just snowballed from there. Like, it just random shit starting to happen. He also is the person who helped me. He didn't put a lot on it, but he put money on my FFS. Like, he just has become like a really good supportive friend in regards to that, like with no strings attached, because he's not sexually attracted to me at all. He's just cool as hell. So when I'm in LA, we hang out, go out to dinner, da 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 da. When his birthday come around, I'm calling him, and we just have become cool as fuck. He's just a cool ass dude. And white boy, cool ass white boy, just dope as fuck. And so a lot of shit like that happens to me. I remember the most expensive lump sum of money that I've ever gotten was like $100K. And let me tell y'all how I got this. So I was at this event in New Orleans, and it was like an outside event. This was like 2021, 22. And I was at this event. Kelly Price was the headliner. So I'm sitting waiting. It's hot. She not late, but it's going over in time. She's there in the air conditioning because they got this little place that's air conditioned, but we can't go in there because that's for the celebrities that's gonna perform. So she's waiting for her time to go on. She's being cool, Kelly Price. She's being cool. I've heard some bad things about her in regards to her attitude, but in this moment, she didn't have no attitude. She was amazing. She was dope. So I'm sitting on this bench waiting for everything to happen. It's hot. Think about like those picnic benches. It's hot. And I'm sitting next to, it's me. I'm on one corner and she's on the other corner. And then somebody is right here. There's a lady, a black lady with dreads. She in this pretty ass dress and she's just sitting there on the corner and I'm sitting on the corner. This dude walks up to the bench and says, what time is it? It is 5 hours and 30 minutes. I've been on here too long, but let me finish the story. I hate going over. I really hate going over 4 hours, but it's 5 hours. So the dude comes over to the bench. Y'all still with me? Make sure y'all thumbs up if y'all haven't thumbs up. So dude sits down, and when I look in his face, immediately I recognize who this is. But not immediately, but when he started talking, you know how somebody started talking to you, you don't know him at first, but then as you see their face move, it kind of comes. So he sits down and he says, Didi, and I says, hey, like, who are you? And he started talking, and I'm like, Demetrius? And he says, yeah, you remember me? And I was like, yeah, what are you doing here? And he was like, oh my God, I haven't seen you in so many years. I was like, yeah, what are you doing here? And he was like, you know, I'm from here. And I was like, yeah, I know you're from New Orleans, but I didn't know what you do, how you know the person who ran the event. And he was like, oh, I work for this org, da, 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 da. So yeah, and she invited me to come, so blah, 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 blah. So it was a moment. This is a dude. Okay, I'm gonna go to the next part. What he says next will just tell you who he is. So he says, he was like, I don't know whenever I'm gonna see you again, so I'm gonna do this now. And I'm going to, because it's been on my heart. And I said that if I ever saw you again, I will tell you. And he says, I want to apologize to you because I didn't protect you in the way that I felt like you deserved to be protected. I didn't stand up for you in a way that I felt like you deserved to be protected when we were at Jackson State University together. I felt like I didn't have the courage to be in your corner. I didn't have the courage. It was a cowardice of me that let some of the stuff that went on with you that I could have stopped, that I could have helped, that I could have buffered, that I could have do anything. I just was not ready to be out the closet. I was not ready to accept the consequences of being openly gay. And I was scared, and you scared me. Being the only, I was the first trans woman to go to Jackson State, openly trans woman. I'm not the first trans woman, but the first open trans woman. I come to find out that there was another girl who went there who got kicked out. She only went there for like the first couple of months. Anyway, the guy who brought the coat. No, not the guy who brought the coat. The dress. This is a whole different person. This is a butch queen. This is a gay boy who went to Jackson State with me, who was so nice to me, but I think I told y'all at Jackson State, the gays did not fuck with me like that. Like, they would lie about being gay. They would not want to be seen with me until the sun went down. They did not want to be seen with me until the sun went down. So there would be moments where people would be bothering me or trying to bully me or talk about me, and the gays would just be there, like it's like nothing is happening. As opposed to me, if somebody was bothering the gays, I would say something. So it would be a lot of situations like that, where so much so that the gay people in the school start calling me the ambassador, the gay ambassador, the queer ambassador, the gay ambassador. So years later, as adults, we are in our 30s, late 30s, because we're the same age. He sees me at the event. Well, shit, not in our 40s, early 40s, because it's after 2021. So he sees me and he apologizes, and a sincere apology, a deep, sincere apology, while we are sitting on that bench. And while we are sitting on the bench, I tell him, don't let that hold heavy in your heart. We all go through moments of cowardice in that way when it comes to our identity. I remember while it was years ago and years before I met you, I remember being ashamed of being gay at some point, being ashamed of being a part of the queer community, being ashamed of being trans at one point, being ashamed. I remember that. So while in the moment it may have helped, but it feels like don't hold on to that. What I appreciated you apologizing, because some people, they see me and they don't apologize. They just, oh my God, da, 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 da. And some of them were a part of the bully and act like I don't remember. But at least this person was sweet. Does his first and last name start with a T? No. Not at all. His name is Demetrius McFarlane. Demetrius McFarlane. But yes, he apologized, and he was never a bully or anything like that. He never joined in on a bully or nothing, but he just didn't, protect me and protect me in any kind of situations. And he apologized, and he says, if I could go back, I would change it, but I can't go back. So it is what it is. But he would never do that. Now, you get what I'm saying? We had a deep, sincere conversation in that moment. And I basically tell him, don't worry about it. I accept your apology, but I also understand like where you were at that time and where we were. And you get what I'm saying? It just was we was young, child. We was 19, 20. Don't worry about that shit. Like, I appreciate you for apologizing. Don't worry about it. And so we hug each other, we laugh, and then we start reminiscing about Jackson State. And it just was a beautiful moment. What I don't know is that black lady with the dreads sitting at the bench is watching this unfold. And so he gets up and he leaves. She scoots over to me and she says, tell me more about you. What do you do? And exactly what you just asked, Angel, as far as like what I do. And I give her the same kind of answer where I'm like, I don't know how to narrow it down. Now I call myself a cultural anthropologist. That's what I call myself now. When people want me to give like a name to it, the best one that I think that closest gives what I think I do, cultural anthropologist. I try to educate. I try to create and educate based on what I think people need in the community. So yes. Anyway, so when I tell her all the things that I tell her, she was like, how can I support you? I say, well, this is what we do. You can become a patron, because that's all I don't know who she is at all. So I'm like, oh, you can become a patron. You can subscribe to my YouTube. You can all kinds of stuff. I just tell whatever I say. I'm not good at the business side of social media. I'm not really good at that because there's something in me that feels I don't know. It feels weird. Not weird. I don't know how to explain. I'm not good at the business side. It feels strange. So I tell her all of that stuff. A month later, like a month later, she calls me. She asked me to be a part of this project. I tell her I'm down. No. Yes, I tell her I'm down. Next thing I know, she asked me, she says, I know you in Texas. I'm trying to land some planes for you. That's her favorite line. She loves to say she's trying to land some planes for you. I'm trying to land some planes for you. I need you to come to South by Southwest. My boss is going to be there and I want her to meet you. I need her to be impressed by you. I need her to see how dope you are. Cool. So I go, I be a part of the program. We do our thing. I'm a part of the project. Me and her have some alone time. Me and her boss have some alone time. Whatever happens on that trip, they like me. And so the next month I get $100K donation to my project. And it's just based on personality, just based on me meeting them and them liking me. Yep. By the next month, they send me a check towards my project. And I have been living off that since 2022. 2023. So that's what I've been living off of. Because my cost of living is really, really low. And so on top of the project, I have been kind of shit is almost gone now, but but I've been living off that project for a long time because I've been self-employed since 2019. Since 2019. Talk about selling yourself. Yeah, that's what it was. So that was the most I've ever gotten. So I've gotten like small chunks like 30,000. 15,000, 20,000, stuff like that. I've gotten that, but the biggest chunk was 100K, and it was from a billionaire lady who likes me. Connected through a beautiful Black woman, connecting me to her boss. And so a lot of stuff has been random like that. Yeah. But anyway, y'all, I'm about to get up off of here. We've been on here for almost 6 hours, child. People don't be watching it. When it be 6 hours, people don't get to it kind of hurts you because if they don't watch it all the way through, YouTube algorithm thinks, oh, they're not watching your whole live. Let's get out of here. So that's why it's hard to, when you get to like this long, and people be in the comments complaining. After I post the video, they be in the comments, oh, I'm not watching no 5-hour long show or something they be saying. I'm like, nigga, I didn't ask you to watch it. You can click it off, girl. Like yesterday when I went live for that 4 or 5 hours, or not yesterday or day before, I don't know, whenever the one I did that was 5 hours. About the Diddy one, the how the diddlers try to get you. Somebody was in the comments after the video posted, and they watching after 5 hours. Bitch, you ain't gotta watch it. But all right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here. I'm about to I'm not sleepy. Why I'm not sleepy? I don't know why I'm not sleepy. Anyway, I'm about to play my game. I ain't going to bed. I'm about to play my Elder Scrolls and go into Cyrodiil and do some PvP and kick some butt and magic blow up people. That's what I'm about to do. So, all right, y'all. Bye. I'm gonna play with you tomorrow. By the time your ass is up tomorrow, I'll be asleep. But hit me up, add me. Well, you already add me. Get on the game.